Anyway, Taiji, we did 8 of the 9 areas. We didn't do the portrait area yet. We know all the rules now, I think. But there were a few levels in the portrait area I couldn't figure out. Um, I'm wondering if I should try these next instead. Oh, we haven't got sound. Oh, we turned everything down to try and not blow everyone's eardrums out with that vine boom. Izzy says, I have a history of seasonal affective disorder, and since I realised I'm trans, it's really brought dysphoria spikes with it. Yeah, same. Michael says, I respect your view on streaming with a camera, it's difficult to become confident. I have been fighting against the lack of confidence for decades. It's not that, though. It's like, this is really difficult to explain to anyone who isn't trans. And anyone who is trans already understands, and I don't need to explain. I am perfectly confident being on camera as a person that I'm not. And that makes no sense. Like, imagine I could step out of this body and into the body of an actually attractive person. I would be absolutely fine with being on camera. That would not be an issue. The issue is that I'm trapped in the wrong body. So it's not a confidence thing. It's not a, oh, it's not a thing of I want to protect my privacy. It's not a thing of I'm scared of anything. It's an issue of the body I find myself in is not right at all. And again, you don't get to tell me if that's the case or not. I know it's the case. Okay, let me try and... Part of it is the YouTube uploads, I think. I'm going to stop... I think I'm going to stop YouTube uploads, which is a shame. Because people do watch on YouTube. In fact, more people watch me on YouTube than watch me on Twitch. Tiny though my YouTube channel is. And my first Factorio video actually did really well. It got over 1,000 views. Although that was entirely due to the game category. My next video after that got 8 views. If I have to delete one more comment about the size of my forehead, I think I'm going to do something I regret. So, yeah, the YouTube uploads are going to stop. I might stop highlighting VODs as well. And it's a shame because I want to stream. I want to be a streamer. Like, if you imagine, I mean, I'm going to use Lana the Panda as an example here. This is nothing about or against Lana. It's just an example. If you took me out of my body and put me in Lana's body and asked me to do Lana's stream, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can do that. Because she uses a camera. I would be fine with being on camera looking like Lana does. Or Kola, or Tofu, or any of these streamers that use camera. And again, this is absolutely nothing against streamers who don't use a camera. That's their personal choice, and I respect that, and that's fine. But the issue is not that I don't want to be on camera. The issue is how I look. And I don't want any suggestions about changing my appearance either, because I guarantee I've thought of them before. It's something that I've put a lot of thought into, funnily enough. Easy says, if I could have the body of a cis woman in heaven, I'd webcam more if I were. Yeah, I know. It's not just trans person wishing they were cis, because like there are plenty of cis men who don't look even vaguely feminine because they're not transgender. Why would they? Yeah, there's no reason for them to. Why would they want to or need to? But had they been transgender, they would have been able to make a better job of it than me, if that makes sense. So it's not just about being trans. There are attractive trans people out there. You know, there are trans people who don't suffer from baldness at all, just lack of genetics, or live in a country that doesn't want them dead and were able to access gender-affirming care at a younger age and prevent it from happening in the first place. Or who are just attractive enough that they can get away with a wig. You know, the issue is not that I am trans, because there are people who are trans and they make that work. And yes, a lot of them are a lot younger than me, but that's just the nature of the internet. Most people on the internet are younger than me. Okay, let's try and solve this, shall we? Did I can't remember if I looked at this last stream. I think I did. This horizontal line means that these two regions have to be the same shape, which forces that and that. What? No, does it technically? These black regions with the 4 purple flowers in force all of these to be off that I've highlighted in purple. So this couldn't be on, because if this was on, it would need to go this way. And also these diamonds wouldn't match up. So this has to be off as well, which means that has to go down, that has to go left, that has to go up. And then the 2 white, that puts the white diamond in that region, so the 2 white diamond regions have to be the same shape. So that's that shape, at least, like there might be more to it. This has to be size 4. And I can't leave a gap here because otherwise this shape doesn't work, so it has to be that. This has to be size 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. But then I haven't blocked that off. So I think I need to do this. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I can block that off. And also block that out. Oh, and block that out. Okay. That did something. Oh, the thing I'm standing on is lit up. Ah! Made a staircase. Okay. This is like the final area then that you unlock when you've solved all the areas. And yin-yang tree of some sort? I can't climb this staircase, if it is even a staircase. There are 4 puzzles. Oh, and there's these weird floating bridges. Okay, I guess if I solve the puzzle, the bridge fixes itself. And is it okay? That's like that on that side as well. Okay. Altibago says this is some strange botany. This is some strange botany. I wonder what tree that is supposed to be. I think it's modelled after those mangroves, is it? That have the roots in the water that stick up out of the water. I think that's what they're based on. Well, I probably want to save that area until after I've solved all the puzzles in this ring. So, like, I should probably try and do the gallery first. Ren says, I had a middle school field trip into a mangrove swamp. Interesting. Yeah, quite a lot of them in America. That would be a very long field trip for me, somewhere that had one. Where did we go in? We don't have middle school, but our equivalent of middle school. We went to the Forest of Dean, which is a forest. That was about all that was there. We went to Chesil Beach when doing my GCSEs, which is quite an interesting feature. Not unique in the world by any means, but the Fleet Lagoon is quite a special habitat for plants and birds. Harry went to Malham Cove on a school trip. I have been to Malham Cove. I have been to Malham Cove. I have climbed up to the top of it and walked on the limestone pavement above Malham Cove, and then I've walked further on to Malham Tarn. That was part of doing the Pennine Way, so all the way from Derbyshire to Scotland. And I also, so I've actually climbed up it on a walk. I've also cycled past there, like not to it, but the nearest main road that is paved. Always jealous of the people in Malham Village and the view they have out of their windows. Although I'm sure nobody can afford a house there. We attempted this puzzle last time and we couldn't figure it out. I'm pretty sure I know what's required. I wasn't clear on whether these lines are supposed to be horizontal or diagonal because they are. The top row of pixels is slightly offset from the bottom row, but I think they are supposed to be horizontal. So this square and this square are supposed to be part of two regions of the same size and shape. One of which needs to be shared with this yellow diamond because there are no other yellow diamonds. I don't think the solid lines on the sides of the roads are supposed to be clues because that just wouldn't work. And then I think the white lines are supposed to indicate three, they're diagonal lines, so they indicate three shapes of the same size but potentially different rotation, and one of those has to include the diamond. And I knew all that last time, but for some reason I couldn't figure it out. So the diamond is in this square. So this square needs to merge with either that one or that one. I think I know last time maybe where I went wrong. Last time I was like, well, this wouldn't work because this would not be, but there's no requirement for the two shapes with the horizontal bar to be the same color. So this could be on and this could be off. But you'd have to make it the same shape. You'd have to do something like that. Like this would satisfy this and also this. But the question is, can you make... Because this square has to be part of one of these shapes. Oh, could it be S shapes? Oh, it's S... okay. Another look at it and it works. I think I was trying to make it work with a different shape last time. That was not as hard as I made it out to be. Altibago says, one of my fave YouTubers did a video series on Chesil Beach recently about rock size distribution along the length of Chesil Bank. Yes, Altibago. Well, my year 10 geography project was about the rock size distribution along the length of Chesil Bank. But I didn't upload it to YouTube. In my defense, YouTube didn't exist in those days, and I also didn't own a video camera in order to make a YouTube video. But yes, you have the Isle of Portland at one end, which is not an island because it's connected to the mainland by Chesil Beach. The stone of Isle of Portland gets broken off into boulders, and the action of the current carries those boulders along the beach, and the further they get carried along, the more they get worn away into pebbles, and then smaller pebbles, and then even smaller pebbles. And you have about 30 miles, I think, of gradually decreasing size pebbles along this beach. But the really special thing about it is it's not just a beach. You don't just have the pebble beach and then land behind. It's a spit. And you have the sea, and then you have this pebble beach. Then you have more water. And then you have the land. And that water is salt water. It's connected to the sea, but it's only connected by the sea in a very roundabout way. You have to go all the way round Portland, like through Weymouth Harbour, under a bridge, and then up. So it's like the other end of it's called the Fleet Lagoon. It's not really connected to the sea in any meaningful sense. It doesn't really get tides or currents or waves. And it's very warm because it's on the south coast. So it is really a saltwater lagoon, and we don't have that habitat elsewhere in the UK, really. So, for example, it has a managed colony of swans, and it's the only place in the world that has a managed colony of swans at Abbotsbury. And I'm a fan of swans. You can see behind me I'm a fan of swans. I have swans on my shelf. And I have a big... over here, which you can't see, but Harry knows it's there because he visited me. I have a painting of a swan on the wall. Is it me, or was that subscribe noise a bit quiet? That might have been because I tried to compensate for the vine boom earlier. Leia... oh, it was okay, was it? Okay, Leia, thank you so much for thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months. That is incredibly generous of you. And thank you also for redeeming your flower of the day. Which is a long-stalked cranesbill, which is... It's a cranesbill, right, and you'll never guess what. It's got a long stalk. That's literally how you identify it. They all have quite long leafy stems, but if specifically the flower stalk is long, then it's long-stalked. Leia says, most welcome, happy Friday. Also, I missed some messages. Hang on. Michael says, I'd like to apologise for not fully realising you are trans. I didn't probably think about it. I'm sorry, Majesty Inquid. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I'm not going to say that everyone should realise immediately, because I don't know what life circumstances other people might have been exposed to, and I don't want to judge anyone. But it is pretty obvious. El Tibago says, there's an old legend about how fishermen of olden times could land on Chesil Bank and know where they were on the bank by picking up a handful of rocks. Yeah, I've heard that, and I'm not sure how much truth there is to it, because you would never land on the middle of Chesil Bank. Like, you wouldn't be aiming even vaguely there, because if you land on the middle of Chesil Bank, there's nothing for you to do except walk 10 miles on a shingle beach one way or the other to get to either end of it, because there's more water the other side. You can't land your catch there. So you would be aiming for either Weymouth or somewhere further up the coast. And if your navigation is so bad that you end up in the middle of Chesil Beach, then you've got bigger problems than not knowing where you are because of the size of the pebbles. But it's a nice story. And yes, if you were stuck in the dark on Chesil Beach, you could tell where you were by the size of the pebbles. In modern days, there is another slightly more concerning detail, which is that a big part of Chesil Beach is a military firing range. So you really don't want to be landing on bits of it in the dark and not knowing where you are, because there's a good chance you're not allowed to be there. And it is weird, because it's a shingle beach detached from the mainland, it's like, most military bases will have a fence around them. You can't really build a fence on a constantly shifting shingle beach. Like, it doesn't work. So instead, there's just a post, like, on a pole stuck into the shingle, saying, if you walk past this, you might get shot. Like, there's no physical barrier here, but I really suggest not walking past this sign. But yes, it absolutely would be possible. I can tell you that from personal experience. Leia says, oh, she's got purpley pink flowers too. I always look up my flower of the day. I'm so glad you appreciate the different flowers, Leia. I wish I had emotes for all. We've talked about this before. I wish I had emotes for all the flowers, but I don't have enough emote slots, and I probably can't afford that many commissions from Loon. And also, Loon might go slightly crazy if I asked her to draw several hundred flowers. But that's a Herb Robert, which is a cranesbill, and they all basically look the same, apart from like the garden varieties of cranesbill. They're all pink with 5 petals. And so, yeah, any kind of cranesbill, it's going to look something like that. They vary a lot in size. Meadow cranesbill is about that big, and things like lawnstalk cranesbill are like that big. But the same basic structure of flower, 5 petals, pinkish purplish. Meadow cranesbill can stray into blue territory, but it's very much an exception. The rest of them are all pink. Harry says, at least there'll be some sort of very temporary light to help you if you get lost. What, from gunfire? yeah, I suppose. Vega says, yeah, navigating by stars at night without the lights we have today in towns. I could see you knowing vaguely where you wanted to land but end up on the bank. Yeah, I think the bigger issue in that case would be running aground on the rocks of Portland Bill, which does have a lighthouse on it and has had a lighthouse for a long time. I'm just not sure. I feel like that anecdote might have been made up as a way of teaching geography students about Chesil Beach. It doesn't seem that plausible, but it maybe it was. Maybe I'm being too cynical. Leia says, "Oh, hello, friend. Fancy meeting you here." To Michael. Yes, we have all sorts of different people come in here and hang out, and some of them even stay after I go on a rant. Some of them prefer when I play video games. Speaking of which, I think it was just that road puzzle. Yeah. So this thing here is like a little model of the house, and the top floor and the I'm either going to confuse Europeans or Americans depending on what number I assign this floor. But this floor, these 4 stripes represent the 4 floors, and we've solved 2 of them. The next floor up was the one that had, it had this puzzle, and I got the idea of these puzzles. It was figure out if the one dot is higher or lower than the next one. But there was one I didn't solve, and there was also this Mondrian painting that I didn't. Did I test if it was just which? Oh no, it's not just which ones have the colours in, because like they've all got. Is it which ones have the big squares? Like it just assuming that the red means red, blue means blue, yellow means yellow. If I imagine this divided into a 4x4 grid, then there would be big squares here, 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 and here. Hang on, this square here, this square is bigger than the small squares, but it's smaller than the big squares. So does that count? I can't half turn on a cell. LT Bago says, I think some of our friends here are very much used to not getting gameplay in their game streams. There's a few Ophelia viewers here, yes. Possibly even an actual Ophelia. He likes to lurk sometimes in my streams. In which case, yes. We are used to not having gameplay in our gameplay streams. And possibly some viewers of Nespa as well, which is unfair because she does do gameplay, but she splits her streams in half. She has like a chatting bit and a gameplay bit, but it's a bit more structured than what me and Ophelia do, which is just get distracted by chat sometimes. She like plans to have a talking section and then a game section. Yes, Leia agrees with me on that. Oh, and Michael does as well. LT Bago says structured. How much Zelda do we get on Tuesday? Tuesday was a bit of an exception, T-Bago. It depends. Nespa sometimes gets big hype trains going, and then like obviously she wants to like thank everyone for that and stuff. So like she is vulnerable to chat inflicted distraction. But I don't think she never goes into a stream thinking, right, I'll just do a quick intro and then we'll get straight into the game. Like she knows it's going to be 2 hours before she even touches the game. Whereas like if there's nobody in my stream, quite often I start the stream and it's just like Harry, T-Bagger and someone, Elfie or someone just lurking, and then I just go straight into the game, and that's fine. So I don't plan in advance and say, okay, I'm going to spend the first hour talking. Like that never happens. Leia says, it's the journey, not the destination. Thank you, by the way, for doing shout-outs for Ophelia and Nespa. They're both very awesome streamers. Not just because of their chatting, but also because they are fundamentally very, very good people. And they care about the rest of us. Elemeno, hello. Elemeno says, wait, Esbal plans the chit challenge? I don't think she plans exactly how long it's going to be, but she knows it's going to be. She knows it's going to happen. Elemeno says, I blame chat. I think that's a pretty universal rule of Twitch. When in doubt, blame chat. By the way, I am hitting spacebar here and it's not accepting my solution, so this isn't the answer. It must be something else. Well, unless this one does count. Oh, okay. That one counts. This slightly smaller square here is still big enough to count as a big one. Okay, well, if that's the rule, then I can definitely do the other two. It's just slightly annoying that the blue and yellow puzzles, the painting scrolls off the screen when you go to the puzzle, so I have to remember where the dots are. It's in that shape. And then the yellow, where are the dots? Actually, what size is the yellow one? Because it's not square, is it? Yeah, the yellow one is rectangular, which is weird. We're inferring a rectangular pattern from a square painting. So it's 4 across by 3 tall. See, is this dot here in the first column or the second column? It's 4 wide. I feel like this is the middle 2, and this is the right 2, and this is definitely bottom left. So this is, but yeah. So this one must either line up with this dot or this dot, because it's definitely not in the third position. So that one, those two, and then either there or there, or not. Yeah, middle 2, right 2, bottom left 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot this. I should really set this up. I should have overlays of this sort of thing, like, better planned, really, shouldn't I? Why is that not showing anything now? Yeah, why is this window not capturing anything? It's literally just a screenshot. Like, I can just look at it on another monitor, but I want... Oh, there we go. Yeah, I want you guys to be able to see, like, I want you to be able to play along at home. So, this is the painting. And now we can go over here and look at it. So we're trying to fit this into a 4x3 grid. And so surely the 3, like... No, I can't. Streaming is hard. Surely this row is the middle. This is on the bottom and this is on the top. Like, we're all in agreement on that. And this must be the right-hand side. So this one is definitely on. And I think this one must be on. And I think that one is above it and that one is there. And I think that one must be in the bottom left. So that just leaves the ambiguity of is it that or that. I don't see what other options there are, unless it's inverted for some random reason, in which case it would be that or that. No, it isn't. Okay. I'm missing some chat. Elemendo says it's chat fault for being so distracting. Well, you know, chat is there to chat. That's why they're called chat and not just viewers. Leia says, I love the chatting. Nessie got me on Twitch because she told me what she was going to start doing. So really and truly, I'm there for the social element much more than gaming. I understand that, and I think a lot of chatters are. It just, yeah, some streamers, especially big streamers, will focus. The ones where the chat is moving too fast to actually have a proper conversation with chat. The streamer will be focusing on the game and they might pick out something in from chat and respond to it. But then there are streamers that just do a 4-hour just chatting stream and are only responding to chat. The problem there is you need a certain minimum sort of viewer count to be able to pull that off, because if nobody's talking to you, it's a bit of a pointless exercise. But then there's people like us in the middle who on paper are playing a game but might get distracted at any given moment. Leia says, IRL, Nespa and you chat for literally hours a day. So she chats with you for hours a day and then she comes on Twitch and chats with the viewers as well. Clearly she was born to chat. Elemento says, I thought you were there for the manuals. And Leia says, my ADHD cannot with manuals. Yes, not the manuals. This is very much a Nespa in-joke reference, but not the manuals. Well, the thing is, Nespa likes to play original NES games on original hardware, and they came with paper manuals, a lot of them, and they can be quite fun to read. None of the games I've played on stream shipped with a paper manual because they all came from Steam, and a lot of them have no manual at all. These days, it's not really a thing that games do. They maybe have a small tutorial that shows you the controls, and then they leave you to it. But yeah, back when video games were a new concept, it was worth explaining what was going on. Leia is simultaneously saying no time for silly things like instructions, and also what are you doing, we need those. Ibago says I'm very much on Twitch for the streamers, not the games. I had Disney Dreamlight Valley in my top watched categories this year. I hate that game. Was that narcissistic then? Because I know you watch her a lot, and I think I've seen her playing that game. I've also watched Blushing Sunshine play that game. But for me, it's a bit of both. I don't think I would watch a streamer that just played nothing but Fortnite or Valorant or a horror game or something. Just because, even if I like the personality, it's not interesting content to watch. So I tend to. I think I'm only going to follow a streamer if I have at least some interest in what they're playing. But out of all the streamers who are playing the things I'm interested in, I will stick with the ones that I like the personality of as well. Leia says, truly a mean trick from the neurospicy powers that be. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Leia says, the game can be complete shit, but if I like the streamer and the vibe is vibing, I'm tucking up for the long haul. Yeah, I suppose I just don't do that as much. It's like sometimes I'll lurk to support the streamer, but not watch in that case. I found that with some CCC Anomaly streams. I like all the CCC Anomaly people. They're all awesome people. But I'll lurk if they're playing a game I'm not interested in, and I'll sort of actively watch if I am interested. Like when Lana played Red Dead Redemption 2 or Black Mesa, I really enjoyed both of those. Harry says I would have took a screenshot a lot earlier than you did. Well, I looked at it once, walked over here thinking I knew the solution, and then that solution didn't work. Like, I've memorized the positions of the yellow squares. The issue is that doesn't seem to correlate with the solution. Like, I don't see how it can be anything other than either this or this. And I've tried both of those things. Unless... I don't know. This is somehow on the left? No, that can't be true. Like there's no ambiguity on size this time. All the blocks are definitely either big or small. Does it want me to keep those? Oh, I want me to keep those ones on the right. I don't really see that, but okay. Right, was that the whole of the... No, that wasn't the whole of that floor. Okay, we can get rid of this now. Part of the annoying thing with this game as a streamer is it captures your mouse cursor. Normally I can just mouse over to the other monitor that's got OBS on and click things. But in this I have to Alt-Tab out. And the frame rate drops heavily when you Alt-Tab out as well. Hello Alex, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a common milkwort. Tiago's been watching a bit of Sunshine and Narcissistic and another streamer that she is friends with. Michael says it really is the streamer. Personal favourite game helps getting into stream, but the streamer keeps me now and not. The chemistry isn't there, it gets difficult. No, I get that. But like, even if a streamer I really like plays a horror game, I'm not going to watch because I just really don't like that kind of content. It doesn't have to be a game I'd play myself. I don't think I would play Red Dead Redemption 2 myself, but I happily watched it. I probably wouldn't play Mass Effect on stream, but I'm really enjoying Ophelia's playthrough of that. But yeah, like, no offense to Ophelia, but if she decided tomorrow that she was going to stream Fortnite and nothing else for the rest of her streaming career, I might not watch with quite such enthusiasm. I mean, I may be being harsh by using Fortnite as an example. There are much worse games. One of those thinly disguised loot box gambling games would be a better example. Like, I would just refuse to support anyone who played those games out of moral sense of duty, I think. Michael says, there are certain kinds of streams I can't mess with, either multiplayer shooters and stuff like that. I think a lot of people don't like watching multiplayer shooters because of all the motion. It can feel a bit nauseating to be watching that sort of thing when you're not the one in control. Like something where you've got to constantly flick the camera around to aim in a different direction. Obviously, if you're the person doing the flicking, you know it's coming. I don't suffer from that particularly, but I know a lot of people do. And thank you, Alameno, for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a wood avens. Okay, what have I not solved? Oh, it's this one that I haven't solved on this floor. Right, so we already tried a whole bunch of stuff with this puzzle. We know that it's something to do with which dots are higher or lower than other dots. We know that this line on the left side indicates that you read left to right. And so this one is going to be something to do with the dots on the left, over to this one being something to do with the dots on the right. There are 8 dots and 7 buttons. And we know it's something to do with connections between the dots, whether it's going up or down. So logically, the first one is between this dot and this dot. The second one is between this dot and this dot. We've tried just drawing up and down as it appears in the room. We've tried visualizing this section being overlaid on top of this section and drawing how the dots would appear. Although it's confusing because this dot is same. Well, it appears to be the same height as that one. Harry says this is just a music door from Core Keeper. Unfortunately, I don't have an instrument with me in this game with which to play these notes. No. No, that didn't work. I sang the right notes, it didn't let me in. Tibago says, yeah, I do have a line I won't cross. I was actively unfollowing anybody playing Pal World, and I swear to God, if I catch anybody playing that Crypto Bro AI cat MMO that was shown at the Game Awards, I'll unfollow so fast. It's more like things like Genshin Impact or just straight up gambling, like online poker and stuff. I don't support playing those things as a substitute for video games where I'm okay with games, borderline okay with. I wouldn't play them myself, but I'm okay with the existence of and people playing games that have in-app microtransactions to buy cosmetics and stuff like that. I'm not okay with people doing online gambling on a video game stream to circumvent age restrictions on gambling content. And I'm not okay with the existence of video games where the core mechanic is paying money, large amounts of money. People call them microtransactions, but there's nothing micro about them. Paying large amounts of money for a random chance at unlocking something in the game, and that being the core mechanic of the game. Because that's just gambling with anime girls instead of chips. Hello, Nespa. Welcome in. Nespa, funny thing, we were just talking about you. Actually, you would have known. You would have got the notification that you were given a shout out, and you probably thought, why are they shouting me out? I'm not there. We were... I think I was just using you as an example of a good streamer. Is basically what I was doing. And my mods decided to turn that into a shout out. Thank you so much for redeeming Sheep Soul as a flower of the day. Nespa says, I have souls, but I don't think they're made of sheep. Sheep's soul is one of the 2 most common souls that you will get in a wildflower meadow in the UK. The most common is just called common soul. That's everywhere. But sheep's soul is quite common as well, and it has a really nice red flower to it. It's not made of sheep. It is eaten by sheep, which is perhaps where the name comes from. Ren says, I hope that bizarre Pac-Man game is fun. And Nespar says, oh my, was I? I honestly am not on the creator side right now. I had no idea, thank you. Tipago says, let's hope Lana doesn't stream Infinity Nikki. A lot of people I follow have been streaming Infinity Nikki. There's a lot of cozy co-working streams that I follow to have somewhere to lurk when I'm at work, and like the people who are here, my community are not on. People like Shania and Tea with Jade and Marziplant, and they're all really, really cozy. A lot of them have been playing Infinity Nikki. I don't know enough about the game to pass judgment on it, to be honest. It looks like a reasonably interesting game. But I probably wouldn't watch a stream of it. I'm fine with it being content in a stream that I lurk in. If there's a controversy around it, I haven't heard of that before. Michael says to Nespa, you create bangers of chatty streams. That's quite a lot of content. Yes, we were having a discussion about your streams, Nespa, and the amount of chatting in them. And I think we just came to the conclusion that you were a very good streamer. So yeah, everyone go follow Nespa, even though we already shouted you out once. Michael and Nespa are both subscribing at the same time. Thank you so much, Michael, for subscribing for the first time ever using Twitch Prime. And thank you, Nespa, for 12 months. Nespa, how is it? Oh, I suppose it is. Yeah, I was thinking, how is it 12 months? But I knew you pretty on in my streaming career because Heron to Birds raided you, and I knew Heron to Birds before I started because she used to do Scrabble. It's a shame she doesn't stream anymore. I assume you've heard, Nespa, that she's not streaming anymore, which is a real shame. I mean, I don't watch that much Scrabble content now anyway, but it's still a shame she's not streaming.
Choo choo.
Oh, a hype train. Thank you for the hype train. I think Auntie Bago started that off, and then Ren did some chewing on top of it. Oh my god, what's going on now? Leia says, girls, your ears ringing, we were just singing your praises. We were just saying how awesome Nespa is. Okay, everybody is cheering 100 bits, is what's going on now. Except Ren, who is being extra generous, as he so often is, by cheering 200. I really don't deserve this. Like, why am I getting all this support on a stream where I didn't even play the game? Like, we've solved 3 puzzles so far this stream, and we're an hour and a half in. Why am I getting more support when I don't actually do the stream? Thank you, Altibago and Ren and Harry and Alex and Leia for making a hype train. Oh, it got to level 2, so people might get emotes from it as well. That would be nice. Michael says, I feel like I should have done that some time ago. I mean, nobody is ever under any pressure to subscribe. You know, not everyone can afford to, and those that can, you know, there are a lot of good streamers out there. And you know, you should save your sub money for the really good streamers like Nespa and Ophelia. um,
Best Emma.
but I really appreciate it when people support me. Leia says happy Friday. Leia, there's somebody I work with who uses terms like hollybobs and Friday and stuff. And
What do you mean, Gertrude? You deserve that. And you deserve this as well.
I I have quite a negative association with that phrase because of that person, which is obviously unfair on you because you're not that person. You're a nice person. Does anyone else use the term hollybobs? I feel like it takes a certain type of person to use that phrase.
You're wonderful and we love you.
Sarah Star says we love you. Thank you, Sarah. I realise you do, Sarah. I realise that. You've done a lot for me, Sarah. You even did a collab with me. Not strictly speaking, not the only person I've collabed with, because I collabed with Harry because he was here. But the only other streamer I've collabed with. And you know, while we're on the subject of good streamers, you should follow Sarah as well. Thank you. Oh, Alameno also cheered 100 bits. Thank you, Alameno. Oh, and hang on. Everyone's going round again. Hang on. You don't need to go round again, okay? That's enough. Thank you, Harry, for 200. Oh, it's because I said Ren gave 200 bits. And I was like, Harry was like, no, I'm going to be the most generous one. I'm going to give 200 bits. You really don't have to. Thank you, Harry. Michael said, what do you mean, Guts? You deserve that, and you deserve this as well. Thank you for the bits. And thank you, T-Bago, for more bits. That's a lot of... I've not seen the bits symbol come up that much in one stream. Thank you very much. Okay, people were actually talking while all those bits were going on. Let me not miss them. Harry does not approve of the term hollybobs.
I'm not here. I'm on my way to bed. Just sharing this for the choo-choo. Have an awesome stream, Best Emma.
I thought you might have been lurking, Ophelia. Yes, I try not to pull you out of lurk. We did shout you out earlier, but again, it was only me giving an example of a good streamer. Thank you for your continued support, Ophelia. As one of my founder badge holders, I do appreciate you. And thank you for redeeming your flower. Yes, quite often Ophelia will just lurk. It's nice to know she's here. So where it says she's only got 66 flowers, don't be misled by that. Quite often she comes here and doesn't redeem the flower because she just wants to lurk. So I know she's been in many more streams than that, and it's probably one of my
Choo-choo.
most consistent supporters. Michael has redeemed Just Game for 3,000 channel points and said choo choo. Michael, are you requesting a game called Choo Choo, or did you get your Hype Train message mixed up with your request? Because I'm slightly confused now. Let me refund you those points. And you can suggest the game you actually meant to suggest. But yes, Ophelia has probably should have more than just the 66 flowers in her garden. She should probably have all of the flowers because she is best Ophelia. Shibago said to Nespa, good luck getting your uwu. Oh, the hype uwu emote, yes. And Nespa says, oh my god, thank you, I want. I mean, maybe I should commission an uwu emote. Emote? Uwu emote. Because you're subscribed to me, Nespa, so you can use my emotes. I don't currently have an uwu. Ophelia has an uwu. Ophelia has a uwu otter, which I do like. It's very cute. Look at it. Harry has the uwu hype emote. I'm gonna call all uwu emotes from now on, and you can't stop me. Michael says, generous, don't get me wrong, I just go apeshit if I see a hype train. Well, you see, that's how Twitch gets you. You see, once you see flashy thing with number go up, you can't help but throw money at it. And I shouldn't, I think it would be hypocritical of me to be against gambling games but advocate for hype trains. Because it's kind of the same thing. So you absolutely don't need to donate just because there's a hype train. And I have considered turning them off, but I think people like being able to get the emotes, that's the thing. And so I might as well keep it on so people can have some extra emotes. But yeah, I do feel a bit bad about the hype train mechanic sometimes. If there was, it'd be nice if it was just if you cheer bits, if you cheer a certain number of bits in a month, you get an emote or something like that, rather than it having to be a hype train. But I completely see why Twitch do it. Oh, Michael gifted Sarah a sub. Michael, thank you so much for gifting Sarah a sub. That's really, really generous of you. Sarah, you get to use my emotes again. You've been subbed before, haven't you? Yes, you have been subbed before. You've got the yellow flower badge. It is very generous of you. Michael says the request was actually not planned. Oh, okay. you somehow misclicked the suggest game button, which is impressive. It's quite a long way down the channel point list. If you meant to click a different redeem, I've given you your points back, so you can now. You're also welcome to suggest a game, of course. Doesn't help me to get rid of my hype train addiction. That's true. Oh, it's at the bottom. Yeah, actually, yeah. If you scroll down to the bottom of the list somehow, then that would. Yeah. I used to have more expensive. I used to have a gift sub and a VIP redeem, and I had an end stream redeem as well, but I decided that was a bit silly. It's not actually. It's not the most expensive channel point redeem. The most expensive is this one. But that's not really planned for people to actually use for hopefully obvious reasons. Yeah, turns out that it's a 32-bit signed integer that Twitch uses to store the channel point cost. So you can go up to like 2.14 billion points, and then that's the most you can set something at. Someone should work out how long it would actually take to earn that many channel points. But yeah, the streamer has the privilege of infinite channel points. Harry is only 1,999,768,494 points away from redeeming it. Yeah, I need to come up with some more expensive redeems. If anyone thinks of one I could use, then do suggest it to me. I like the idea of having VIP badges based on who I think is a valuable member of the community rather than just whoever has the most points. And I can't afford to have gift sub be a redeem for any reasonable cost anymore. So those two options don't work. I did consider have like 100,000 points appear on a stream with Emma, but I'd have to make Harry redeem it because he already has, which wouldn't really work. Or visit Emma or something like that. I could have. Some people have like receive a postcard from the streamer or receive some sort of physical like stickers or something from the streamer. That would cost me real money as well because of the postage, but not much. And the only trouble with that sort of redeem is obviously you have to share your address with the streamer in order to redeem it, which is fine. You know, nobody's forced to. It's just maybe I don't want to make people feel pressured to do that if they don't want to. Because a lot of people have done that. Verdsky is a streamer who does that, and actually, her redeem for that is actually really cheap. It's only like 7,000 channel points. But I'm really, really glad that I redeemed it because she sent me that. She sent me the postcard that I have framed on my streamer shelf. So yeah, I've considered that as an option. I don't have merch or anything like that to have be inexpensive redeem. So, and I already have some people have suggest game as an expensive redeem, like Lana has it as 100,000. But I like people suggesting games, and not many people do it, so I made it cheap. I don't know. Harry is determined to redeem. Good thing I have infinite channel points in 200 years. I'm afraid I won't still be streaming in 200 years, Harry. I mean, I'm not even sure if I'm going to be still streaming next week, but one thing I can tell you for certain is I'm not going to be streaming in 200 years. I'm not even going to live to see Commandant Herder play Mass Effect on stream. Never mind that. Michael says I might take about 350-ish years to get there, but I'll try my best as well. Well, you're subscribed now, so you earn channel points faster if you're subscribed. So that will help. Yeah, it's one of the only things that a tier 3 sub actually does, apart from give you one extra emote, which is very much not worth it, is you get channel points twice as fast. And I think for tier 1 it's like 1.2 times as fast as not being subbed, which is really not very much, but it is faster. Okay, I have literally been standing here staring at this puzzle in game for about half an hour now. I tried lots of things last stream. It's not that I don't know what to do. You know, like I tried that, which is just if we take the positions of the dots on the screen. And I also tried if we overlay the dots, which would be... Then I wasn't sure if the first one was down or up, but I think I tried both possibilities. Yeah. I also made the observation that this only has 7 dots, therefore there are 128 possible combinations, and I could just try them all. But I quite like solving puzzles, especially if there's going to be more complex puzzles later on. I can't really rely on brute forcing it. Yeah, I could just do this until I get the solution. Well, it's not any of the first 32 combinations. Can't be bothered to do them all. How else could you even read this? I suppose the line is in the middle, isn't it? Whereas with these ones, the line, when it was on the bottom, you were reading it from the bottom. And then when it was on the top, effectively you had it upside down, you're reading it from the top. So low dots were at the top and high dots were at the bottom. So what's the significance of it being in the middle? Does that mean that high dots on this side are actually low, but high dots on this side are actually high? Is that what's going on? In which case, the first one would be down, the next one would be up, then the next one would also be up, then the next one would be down, then the next one would be up, then the next one would be down, next one would be down. Oh, is that? Yeah, okay. So it's invert the bottom but don't invert the top, and the way that you're supposed to know that is okay, that's sort of follows on from the previous puzzles. That's fair enough. Is that okay? That is the first 3 floors solved, but there is a basement to this building. Which I knew was coming, and we've been in there a couple of times, and we couldn't make head or tail of some of the puzzles. This one must relate in some way to this wine rack over here, and then these I have no clue. Does this one have something to do with the windows? I think it must do, because these windows are 3x6 grid, and this is a 3x6 grid. But there are multiple windows, so do any of them actually have a pattern in them? Oh, this one sort of has a pattern. This one has a pattern of dark squares in it. Which is that one, those, and those two? There's another one where you're not allowed to see the clue while you're entering the solution. Actually, those two. That's not the answer, though. Oh, those are dark, though. So maybe it's that, but inverted. Okay, we've done something. LTBago says, assuming tier 1 sub claiming every bonus box, you would have to watch 24 hours a day for 731.76 years. Well, there are additional bonuses for gifting and sharing, but only once a month. So I suppose those would be negligible in the scale of things. There are also points for growing a watch streak, and I think you still get those points even if you don't have watch streaks on your channel. Something I'm still mad at Twitch about. Watch streaks are still technically an experimental feature that they rolled out to a subset of users, and I'm not one of the people they chose. So other streamers get to have streaks and I don't, which is unfair. But you get points for streak, and I think the stream only has to be 10 minutes long. So I think the optimal channel point earning would be to stream for 10 minutes and 1 second, raid out, and then immediately start another stream, and then go for another 10 minutes and 1 second, because then you could get the watch streak and raid bonuses repeatedly. Someone out there has probably set up an automated stream to do that, and then probably got banned by Twitch. Because, I don't know, Twitch likes to ban people. Right, what's this one then? So the previous one was an environmental clue in the form of the windows. This, we're looking for something that's 6x2. What is 6x2 though in here? None of these barrels look like they're 6x2. This definitely looks like it's part of a puzzle, but I don't see how it can be, and it's not 6x2. And there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing hidden down here under the stairs. It's just I can walk down here, but there's nothing there. And what about this huge floor puzzle then, which I've accidentally started? Oh, it could be this. This reminds me of those big spirally puzzles we had in one of the sections. And there's this spiral pattern on the wall. Is this grid the right size to draw that spiral pattern? Oops, not like that. Okay, yeah, I think it actually is. Okay, hopefully this is it, because I think the grid is exactly the right size. Michael says, alright, got to hop off now. Thanks for chatting with me, Gertrude. I mean, thank you for subscribing. I really don't think I deserve it, but I very much appreciate you subscribing. That means a huge amount. I don't know why people care about my content enough for that, but there we go. Harry says, points to streaks have been a thing for nearly as long as points have been. It was only this year they had the chat notifications for them. It was the end of last year, but yes, it's still not an official feature. It's still an experimental feature that only some affiliates get, which is strange, I think. But yes, thank you, Michael. And I mean, I have a decent idea of how many streams people have watched by the Flower of the Day, but I know there are people who watch and don't redeem it, like Ophelia does sometimes. And I know Ophelia is obsessed with watch streaks in the channels where they are a thing. I know she has a huge one in... is it Kolo or Tofu? Somewhere she has a huge one that she's very proud of. I don't have a watch streak of any size anywhere on Twitch. Because I am not able to be that consistent with my stream viewing. There are days when I have to be with family or I have to actually work instead of lurking in the stream, and so even if the stream's at the same time every week, I cannot guarantee I'm always there. So I think the biggest streak I ever got was about 20. Right, well, good news, we've solved this puzzle. Still don't know where this one comes from. Is it something subtle on the brickwork? I don't think so. Those bricks all look very similar to me. Is it something to do with the barrels? I don't see any barrels being arranged in a 6x2 arrangement. The windows are 3x6. Yeah, I don't see anything that's 6x2. Is it something to do with the outside appearance of the building? Because the camera does zoom out when you go here. It's like, does it want you to notice anything? Obviously, I noticed this window, but we've already used the clue from that window. Not seeing anything. I mean, this window sort of looks like it's got a stripe on it, but that's just from the puzzle that I've solved inside. So I don't know if that's meant to be an environmental clue or not. Harry says, my Rooney is as long as it possibly can be, and my Kolo one only goes back to February. I don't think I watch anyone else who has them activated. Yeah, when I first saw streaks, I thought they were only for Twitch partners because all the people I saw them enabled were partners, but then there were affiliates who have them enabled as well, and it seems like Twitch just picked some affiliates at random. So maybe all partners have it, but only some affiliates. I don't know. I would be pretty miffed if I was a partner and I couldn't have a feature like that. So that would make sense. Tibago says, as with most things, there are good and bad. Number go up is fun, but it's not fun when people are sad because they lost a streak. Yeah, I agree. Because people have real life commitments sometimes, believe it or not. Oh wait, hang on. Is this 6x2? Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, I think this is it. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then these are dark, but these are light, and these are light, but these are dark. Okay, it's going to be that, isn't it? Oops. There we go. Okay. That was that. This is the last puzzle then, and I think it must have something to do with this rack. And obviously the rack has squares, but the squares are rotated 45 degrees, and the squares are not rotated, but the grid is. So I'm sure that this must correspond to this, but I'm also sure that I tried that and it didn't work. Let me just try it again. So I'm just taking this and rotating it, and then those two. Oh, okay. Emma is apparently an idiot because I'm sure I saw that before. And I'm sure I tried it before, but maybe I just misclicked. So if that is actually every puzzle in this area, then the torch is on? Yes, the torch is now on. So the torch was lit up when all the lights in this lit up, which correspond to the floors of the building. Which should mean that all the lights are on here now. Yes, see, this light is now on as well. So it let me up this staircase without having to do every area. I think I only needed to solve 5 of the areas because each area solved highlighted one of these lights, and there's 5 of those. And yeah, there's the puzzle, which is now hovering in space. So there is this area, but then there are actually some more bonus puzzles. Where were they? In this area, there were some bonus puzzles. And I feel like the game wants you to do these before the central ones, because like you could have unlocked this first. Like if you came to the horizontal line area first, you could have unlocked this immediately. So I'm thinking maybe I should do these ones first. So there's this, and then there's also the ones up there. And we know the rules behind these now. So this can't be on, because if that was on, it would break this. So that has to be off, which means this diamond has to connect to one of the other diamonds. Realistically, I think it's going to be that one. And each of these 4 orange lines has to be in a separate region. And they all have to enclose an area of the same shape. The area has to go up 1. So that's forced. So is it just going to be S shapes again? We just had S shapes as a solution to one of these. Oh, except it can't be S shapes because of that one. Oh, but it could be like elongated S shapes. Yeah, there we go. Right, purple diamonds. Now then, the fact that this and this are both forced means that the shape we're making that has this bar in it is always going to be that. So these two need to be off. That needs to be on, which means that these two need to be off. The white diamonds need to be in separate regions. So I think we're looking at either that or that, and that wouldn't work. Actually, well, no, that could also work, and that couldn't. Yeah, so we're looking at a a vertical division of the diamonds. So either that or that. Let's start with that. In which case, that and also this and also this. Okay, we've only put one purple diamond into these purple diamond ones. We could use that one as well. That would put a second diamond in this. And this. No diamonds in that one. Oh, we'd need to extend down for the white one, which would do that. Oh, and then we can do that. Ah, okay, that's neat. Yeah, it's that shape. That little shape solves everything. Okay, just orange. So there are 6 diamonds. They could pair with each other, but they could also pair with... It could be that 2 of the 6 pair with the rotatey things and the other 2 pair up. These need to create the same shape, but it can be a rotated shape. That shape can only enclose 1 diamond. If I was to enclose 2 diamonds, that would be broken. And because we've got these 3 diamonds next to each other, we can't just divide the diamonds into pairs, I don't think. I think we have to put diamonds in these regions that we're making. Thank you for doing some redeems, Teabago. If I sort of made something like this, it works apart from these awkward 3 diamonds that are on their own, but then I can't extend this region any further. Is there some mechanism by which I can have these be in a region in the middle? Like do something like that? Oh, and then put... There we go. Yeah, put that diamond on one of those regions and then have that. Yeah, it was how to deal with that asymmetry, I think. Okay. We have drink water and stretch from LT Bagger. Do those things. I don't feel like I've done a full half of a stream because we were kind of talking for all of it. But we should still take our break and stretch.
Small scabious, dwarf pincushion flower, Scabiosa columbaria.
Small scabious, also known as dwarf pincushion flower. An interesting choice, Tibago. Thank you so much for that. Going to do some stretches. Panic flower, I wasn't ready. No, that's okay. Small scabious is nice. If you've been watching for 2 hours, now would be a good time to stretch. Maybe get up, have a sip of water, and so on and so forth. Tibago copied the last flower of the day as the botany read. See what you did there? I should point out, Tibago, you don't have to redeem it every week. Don't feel like you weren't ready. Like, you're just a viewer. You are well within your rights to just watch and not redeem anything if you want to. Okay, a little bit better. Ren says, I wonder if there's a plant called panic flower. If it is, it's not a British wildflower. I feel like I would remember that name if I'd heard it. LT Bago says, I've been living on the botany edge recently. Usually have a load bookmarked and ready to go, but been living fast and loose the last few weeks. I'm not sure living on the botany edge is actually a thing you can do. Unless you mean literally on the edge of a cliff. Which is sometimes a place you find botanists. Harry says, I have an emergency in case of no Tibago botany book RNG button in my notes. I suppose I should be glad that my mods have a contingency plan for if my other mods aren't there. This is probably something I should be glad of. Panic grass panicum, says Tibago. That is indeed a thing. Panicum, or panic grass, is a large genus of about 450 species, native throughout the tropical regions. A few species into the northern temperate zone. Okay. Quite big as well. Yeah, the flower is up to 60 centimeters in length. So that's like, imagine a grass with flower that long. There's not many of them in this country. I think, yeah, it looks like they're all North American or Asian. Oh, there's one in Australia. Let me just check none of them are native to Britain and Ireland. No, they're not. One of the members of this genus is common millet, Panicum millesium. You do get that in the UK because it's grown as a crop, or a domesticated version of it is grown as a crop. But none of them are native to the UK. Well, thank you for sharing that. I'm sure I must have read the name Panicum on millet before, but I did not know that the English name for the Panicum genus was panic grasses. That's I now have I know what plant to use in a panic. Okay, but we redeemed small scabious today, so we'll look at that. I'll get up a picture of small scabious so that everybody knows what it is we're dealing with. So small scabious is very similar to field scabious. in terms of the appearance of the flower. And they can be quite hard to distinguish. They both have composite purplish blue flowers. By composite, I mean the flower head is made up of many, many smaller petals that are divided into two types. Sorry, I'm just trying to... Windows is not cooperating. I'm trying to get photos up. There we go. I'm upside down again, aren't I? Has it really inverted all of my scenes? On the left you have small scabious, on the right you have field scabious. So they both got this purplish blue flower with purple florets outside and then bunched up white ones in the middle. Field scabious is bigger, has bigger flower and bigger plant than small scabious. However, small scabious is still reasonably large plant, and if you haven't got the two next to each other for easy comparison, it can be tricky to tell if you're looking at a small scabious or a field scabious. The leaves are slightly different. There is a third fairly common member of the scabious family called devil's bit scabious, which has a very distinctive spherical blue flower head, which I'll bring up that one as well. Can be difficult to tell from a 2D picture, but the flower head is actually spherical on these. So if it's in flower, this one is immediately distinguishable from the other two. And its leaves are also different. Devil's bit scabious, the base leaves are very, very deeply lobed. They have a real wiggle to them. And field scabious leaves, not so much. Let me bring up the leaves for small scabious. Yeah, here we go. So, it's not all the leaves. Let me. There's a botanical drawing here, which might actually be more helpful to show this. This is what the leaves of small scabious look like, and what the leaves of field scabious look like. So you'll see that they are both lobed, but they are different. And in particular, you'll notice how the basal leaves and the upper leaves of small scabious are very different. Field scabious, this it's not connected on the drawing, but this is depicting a lower leaf, and this is the upper leaves. They are also different, but not quite as different as these are from each other. And then, just to confuse matters, they do also put out leaves that are not lobed, which it has depicted here. You see this non-flowering shoot that's been depicted here with its separate roots. So the plant will spread by putting out a runner like this, which then puts out more leaves. You get leaves that look like this, which are also field scabious, and it's like if you've been told to look for these lobed leaves, it doesn't look like either of them. So a bit of a confusing plant to identify. But we'll focus on the flower because that's the pretty part. And this is the small scabious flower. LT Bago says, I think we did Devil's Bit before. Yes, we probably did. I think I remember it. But not everybody viewing was necessarily there. And it's always good to mention the other plants in the family at the same time. LT Baggo says, I like doing the redeem. It usually scratches my research all the things itch. But I'm also totally fine with other people redeeming it. So, small scabious. I'll just get the botany books. Scabious. So all three types of scabious are found in North Somerset, particularly on the Mendips. We have a lot of field scabious and small scabious. And so occasionally some devil's bit. Wait, hang on. Okay, I thought I just went to the page it told me to go to, it's not there. Emma, you are fail. You can tell I'm tired, can't you? Oh, that wasn't the number it said after all. Here we are, here's the scabiouses. Small scabious. So small scabious, out of the three, out of field scabious, small scabious and devil's bit, small scabious is the least common in the UK as a whole. I think devil's bit is actually the least common in North Somerset, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So, small scabious, a perennial herb of dry, relatively infertile soils. Its habitats include calcareous pastures, that's chalk and limestone, on downs, hill slopes and banks, and it is occasionally found on cliffs and rock outcrops, and in disused chalk and limestone quarries. Very few losses of small scabious were evident prior to 1950, but in the second half of the 20th century, decline was reported throughout its range, and particularly outside its core areas, due to the destruction of suitable grassland habitat and a lack of grazing leading to coarser swards. Its distribution appears to have been stabilised since 2000, although there may be still decline outside of localised decline outside of protected areas. So yeah, grazing is good for many species of wildflower. Although grazing farm animals is a human introduced thing, there were grazing animals in the UK before humans arrived and fucked everything up. And those grazing animals were mostly killed and replaced by our own grazing animals. But yes, large areas of the country traditionally grazed by sheep or cows that were not improved, so no pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, making the soil too rich for plants that like, as in this case, dry, relatively infertile soils, but still good enough to support livestock. You would need that livestock there to get the wildflowers, because if you don't have the livestock, the land gets overgrown, turns into brambles, nettles, scrub. So trees like blackthorn are the first to colonise, and then very, very slowly over thousands of years turns back into woodland, which would be its natural state. So yeah, if grazing is stopped in an area, or grazing continues but the land is improved, then you lose the wildflowers. That includes, in many, many cases, an area of land gets designated as a nature reserve, so it stops being farmed, so it stops being grazed, so it loses the rare flowers that were there that caused the nature reserve to be put in the first place. Or a nature reserve is put in a traditionally grazed bit of land. A traditionally grazed bit of land is designated as protected, but there is no legal mechanism requiring the landowner to continue traditionally grazing. The landowner stops traditionally grazing, the land reverts to scrub or just becomes normal farmland, and then you're protecting a farm field for no reason. I have watched both these things happen with my own eyes over the last couple of decades. I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to have watched this happen. And yeah, small scabious is one of the plants that suffer most from that sort of thing. But there are habitats, there are correctly managed habitats, a few of them on the Mendips, and small scabious does thrive there. Its distribution map looks very much like you would expect a distribution map to look. Hang on. Someone's just joined the Emma Discord. But their join message was automatically hidden because they were a suspected spammer. Interesting. If the person who on Discord goes by the name Blossom is in the chat, please do make yourself known. Since if you're not a spammer, then we can add you, but if you are, then we won't. The distribution map of small scabious looks much as you would expect for a calcareous plant. You have the distinct limestone and chalk areas being the main habitats. Sorry, small scabious. Scabiosa is the Latin scabious. No prizes for guessing where that comes from. I've shown this on stream before. These three distinct lines running across the country are chalk ridges left over from the last ice age. They were left ridges formed by the ends of retreating glaciers as the ice sheet moved northwards after the ice age. You've got the big area of chalk in Wiltshire, you've got the limestone here of the Mendips, and then further north you've got the Peak District, you've got the area around Morecambe Bay. Yeah, it looks like it's doing reasonably well in those areas, but as always, the darkness of the dot is the recency of the record. So in this area of the country, all of these pale dots here are places where the plant was seen before 1950, but has not been seen since. And many of these areas here have records relatively recently, but not in the last 20 years, which means it might still be there or it might not. Many of these records on the Mendips were made by me, or at least updated by me, so I can attest to it being there, which is good. It's also lots around Bath. This area is somewhat protected. It's part of the Cotswolds. It's considered part of the Cotswolds. I'm always a bit confused on where the Cotswolds start and end, because there's a Cotswolds area of outstanding natural beauty, which goes all the way to Wellow. To me, these hills here are not Cotswolds. This is the edge of the Mendips. Who knows? Yeah, that is actually follows. actually follows the calcareous land better than most of the species I usually use as examples of that fact, which is interesting. I might start using this one as an example. The ones I usually use, I think harebell does. Yeah, I usually use harebell as an example. You can see the lines there, but they're a bit more vague because it does grow in other places as well as this. I think is strictly calcareous, and fun fact: there is a long-distance footpath that runs from. Oh, it's we were literally just talking about this. There's Chesil Beach. But it runs from Lyme Regis, which is just along from Chesil Beach, to Hunstanton on the north coast of East Anglia, which is there. And it runs the full length of the longest of the three main chalk ridges, which is this. And the Ridgeway, as it's known, much of that route was a medieval track, and in many places is still a public byway or bridleway for that reason. In medieval times, if you were travelling a long distance, you'd stay up on top of the hills unless you needed to lose height. So this ridge was very convenient. I mean, it's not a ridge the whole way. You've got the Thames Valley at Reading. Obviously, this gap in the line is the Thames Valley, but it's a surprisingly consistent ridge, and so they would follow that route. And I have walked the whole thing. Can confirm there is much chalk. Auburn Dusk, hello, welcome in. Auburn says England is famous for its chalk. England is famous for its chalk. And the thing with the chalk is that there's not that much of it in England. In fact, it's pretty much all coloured in here. These bits over here, this is limestone. So the chalk is just this, and this. And it's such a rare habitat globally. We have something like 30% of all the world's chalk streams or something like that is the statistic that's quoted most often. And chalk streams are a particularly important habitat, particularly rare globally. But like everywhere that has rain will have streams. So it's not just that chalk streams are rare, but chalk is pretty rare. And they are not protected as well as they should be. And the water courses in this country are not as protected as they should be. And our water companies were all privatised in the 80s and are corrupt and profit-focused and dump sewage into our rivers. And yes, that does include specifically they dump sewage into the natural chalk streams that are at risk, as well as all the other rivers. And privatisation of water companies is something that makes so little sense. Not even America does it, in most cases. Even America realises that some things should be government run. I think privatisation of water companies, I think it's the UK and then it's like some South American dictatorship are the only countries that do it. It's, yeah, really, really stupid thing to do. But we did. Auburn says we're famous for our privatisation. We are famous for our chalk and our privatisation. You are quite right. Sorry, I don't want to turn this into a political rant, but I'm sorry, it's very difficult to talk about botany without talking about habitat loss, and it's very difficult to talk about habitat loss without talking about how this country has seen decades of economic factors being put before environmental ones. And we're going to see more decades. We've just had Labour announce that they're going to build thousands of new houses to try and solve the housing crisis. And in order to get those new houses built, they will be basically steamrolling over any objections to planning applications. So you can expect greenbelt land, nature reserves, and other protected land to rapidly start disappearing under concrete in major house building projects. And I get wanting to solve the housing crisis, like I get it, but at the same time, once the habitat is destroyed, you can't put it back. You can't demolish the houses, take up the concrete, and expect the field to be full of wildflowers again, because if they're gone, they're gone. So it really is an irreversible destruction of our ecosystems that we're talking about here. Orban says, sorry by we, I mean American. Americans are famous for their privatisation too. I think specifically the Thatcher years of the UK are probably the single worst period of privatisation in history. But I mean, you Americans, you give us a run for our money, certainly. Like you're definitely up there. Sarah Stars says, but here, yes, but here we are. But yeah, I refuse to do. If I'm going to do this content at all, I refuse to just talk about pretty flowers. I'm going to talk about ecology. I'm going to talk about habitats. I'm going to talk about distributions. I will also go, look, pretty flowers. But you're going to get both sides of it from me. And yeah, to somebody who is actually scientifically studying botany, the second part is the more important part. Not that the flowers aren't pretty, because the flowers are pretty. And look at them. Look how pretty they are. Okay. We started this stream off with a rant, and then we turned the botany into a rant, and we're 2.5 hours in, and I think I've done about 10 minutes of actual gameplay. Harry says we can make a field look pretty, but we can't replicate a millennium plant growth. Well, this is the thing. So you can make a field look pretty by sowing a commercial wildflower seed mix. But commercial seed mixes contain plants that do well in commercial seed mixes and that have nice, big, pretty flowers. They don't contain all the other species that are important to the habitat. But the seeds are too expensive to collect, or they don't store well, or they don't grow well, or they don't have a pretty flower on them. Or they just they're too fussy about their habitat. That's the big thing. Because if you buy a commercial wildflower seed mix and you go and sow it and nothing grows, you're going to be like, well, that was pointless. I won't do that again. So they don't put in the species that only grow in 5% of the soil in the country, because then nobody would buy it. Elsie Bago says of Margaret Thatcher, she snatched my milk, then my dad went out to buy milk. She is personally responsible for my parents' divorce. I mean, I don't doubt that she's responsible for a lot of divorces. But yeah, you can't hold her personally responsible. One person alone does not a government make, or even a cabinet make. It was the Conservative Party who did all this, and have continued to, in my opinion, make bad decisions for the country into the 21st century. Yeah. The fact we don't have them in power at the moment doesn't mean we're not still suffering from the effects of the decisions they made last decade. Like leaving the EU, which exacerbated the housing crisis, which then means we're going to lose habitat to housing developments. It's all connected, you know. Orban says she's all about personal responsibility. Yeah, this is the thing. Protecting the environment is not about personal responsibility, it's about collective social responsibility. There's not really anything you as an individual can do to protect the environment, unless you are on the board of a housing developer and you voluntarily put your company out of business by not building any houses. Like the average person, all you can do is file objections to planning applications with your local council. And the government has announced that they're going to ignore those. So other than waiting 4 years and voting at the next election, there's literally nothing any normal person can do about this other than, you could go and lie down in front of some bulldozers maybe. But that would only postpone things. And if what do you do at the next election? Do you vote Labour out and bring the Tories back in? Like, that's not going to help. Do you bring Reform in? That's not going to help. Do you bring the Greens in? Let's be serious. They can't run a country. There's whoever is in power is going to prioritise house building now because we're in an economic crisis, partly driven by lack of housing. I don't have all the answers to this. The answer was 40 years ago, you shouldn't have done the things you did 40 years ago. It's too late now. Ren says we'll see who rusts first. A reference, Ren, that I get. That's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which does also involve lying down in front of a bulldozer. Shortly before the entire planet gets destroyed, which just goes to show you didn't do a lot of good. Tibago says I joke, but yeah, first male on my dad's side for many generations to not have been a coal miner. Not that I would wanted to do that, but still. The coal mining industry would be dead by now, regardless. Not least of which because we don't burn coal for power in this country anymore, and we soon won't even be using it for steel making. And that's a good thing. We need to stop because of climate change. But the inevitable decline of the coal industry could have been managed a lot better. Let's put it that way. I on one side of my family, I'm not the first not to have been a coal miner. But as soon as you go back to my great-grandparents and before, it was coal miners all the way. And young deaths due to lung cancer and other such illnesses. Not a great profession. But yeah, when people say coal mining in the UK, you think about the valleys in Wales, you think about Yorkshire, but Somerset had a huge coalfield as well. So where I live here is very much a coal mining legacy area. All the railways we have that we don't have anymore were all for coal mining. Every so often a sinkhole opens up in the road just up the road from me, and I panic about whether my house is on stable footing or whether there's a mine shaft underneath it. El Tibago says, I'm old enough to have been down a working coal mine. Not worked there, though. Dad just took me down for the lols. Yeah, I've been down one of the ones that's like a museum where you just go in the top bit of it. Certainly not a working one. My argument is the policies of the Thatcher era were disastrous for the country as a whole in the long term. Not just the unionised industries that directly suffered, but even the people who worked in finance and did very well out of the 80s. I think, sure, they're fine, but what about their children? What about their children's children? I'm somewhat in that situation myself. I don't have children, but if I had children, I think they will grow up to struggle to afford a house. I was able to afford one, but realise I am very fortunate in that regard. And My father still doesn't really understand how different his career was to mine. He started a career in IT in the late 70s, and his pay just went like that through the 80s and just kept going. Whereas I'm making less in real terms than I was 10 years ago. Working in IT. Working in almost exactly the same field as well. In a couple of months' time, I'll be setting up everyone's council tax bills. My father missed my 5th birthday party because he had to work late because he was setting up council tax bills. In 1992, the first year that they did council tax. So, family tradition at this point to work late in March. Anyway, you've had another rant from me, but at least we've been looking at pretty flowers in the meantime. Let's do some more Taiji. I would actually like to finish the game today, but maybe that's a bit optimistic now. And to anyone here living in the UK who pays council tax, sorry, I can't make the number on the bill any smaller, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. Okay, we just had one more puzzle out of this set of 4. Right, this white dot has to connect with this white dot somehow, because it's the only 2 white dots on the board. And in doing so, that line has to pass through exactly 2 orange things. Since there are 3 diamonds, one of the diamonds will need to be on the same region as one of these, and the other diamond will need to with the other 2 diamonds will need to pair with each other. So my first thought was something like that. Does that work? Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. I thought that was in the corner. No, those are not actually rotationally symmetric. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome and thank you for dimming Blow High. And Tibago show outfit. Tibago living for the shits and giggles, says Sarah. I mean, I guess. That he does that. I might remove the show outfit redeem because I don't want to draw attention to myself, but since it's there, you can see it today. I've just got this. At the very least, I would have to buy more clothes to keep using this redeem, I think, because I think you've seen everything I own about 5 times over each. I have blue cardigan and I have blue skirt today. And I have a blow high as well. Fetch. Dressed neatly. I'm sorry. Emma says, I swear that Taiji is cursed to be just chatting to... No, Emma is just not in the mood. Normally I would be all about that sort of puzzle game. And the first 2 streams of it weren't just... Here is my outfit. This is Blow High. He is soft and cuddly and we love him. And I try and sit up straight while holding him. Okay. My neck hurts today. Why it hurts so much today. Look at myself. I don't want to look at myself at the moment, really. Oh! I was hoping when I started hormone replacement it would stop my hair, or at least slow my hair falling out, but it hasn't. This is Blue Eye. Maybe he can help us with this puzzle. Yeah, so this one here is corresponds to that one there. So actually this doesn't work as a solution. Does that work? No, because it's 4 blocks long. And then there's only, yeah, okay. So the idea of just having a line here doesn't work. We need a more interesting shape. What about something like that? And then that would go like that. No, but then to get the diamond in, you'd have to do that. And then you'd have to get that diamond. Yeah, it'd be that. Which looks good in theory, but it's got 2 diamonds in this section. Oh, and it's telling me that's... Hang on, is that not rotated version of that? Oh, but that's still in the wrong place. Yeah, hang on. I'm going to have to think about this more. Somehow this has got to reach this. And the region that connects that to that cannot help but go through at least 1 diamond. Therefore, it has to have 2 diamonds on it, I think. I don't think it can have one of these as well, because then how would the other one ever make that shape? Yeah. So it has to go through 2 of the diamonds. But this has to connect to something. Like that works as a shape that satisfies the diagonal bars, but it doesn't work because it cuts the puzzle in half. There's also no guarantee the 2 bars are the same colour, of course. One of them could be off, one of them could be on. What about... No, actually, no, hang on. Let me think about this more clearly. This can't be a 180-degree rotation of this, because what colour would this cell be? If it's off, then this is a L shape, and that can't be. And if it's on, then this is an L shape, and that can't be. So this can't be an inversion of that. So it would have to be, you'd have to, like, going down this way is equivalent to going this way. Is how it would have to be. And we can't do that because then we've picked up the white one, but we can't go over here with the white one because this would have to go out this way. Okay, so actually it would be something like this and this, and then yeah, something like that, but then we need to hit one of the dots without blocking off a path to the white one. So it'd have to be that dot. Okay, it'd have to be that. There we go. Okay, I did manage to reason my way through that. Tibanko says, we don't expect you to wear new outfits, and what you wear is always lovely. Some of it is just funny. I do need to get new stuff, honestly. I haven't really bought any new clothes in like months, which... The problem is that when I transitioned, I had to buy an entire wardrobe of stuff from scratch, and that was a lot of clothes, and since then I have not felt like buying more clothes. I feel like I should try and make these ones last now. But I'm clearly not very good at being a girl if I don't want to buy more clothes. Like, oh wow. This is a bit of a big one. Let me maybe do this one first, since it's a bit smaller. Okay, this diamond has to match with one of these. These two have to be the same shape. These two have to be the same shape. If we just tell that diamond to match with that, does that get us anywhere? That can't be that colour then, so it would have to be off. But then we have to have boundary. Yeah, we can't go down with this shape, so that forces that. Yeah, we quickly run into trouble with the boundaries of this shape. We try and do this. So maybe this would be better. This would be forced off. Oh, but then that's forced on. No, that doesn't work. It'd have to be off. So then this is forced. No, that still doesn't work because of this tile. If this is on, then this can't extend to match, and if this is sorry, if it's off, that can't extend to match. That's on, this can't extend that way to match. But that's not allowed as a shape. But if I get rid of that tile from the shape, now this is not on the this one, which was the whole point of having this one like this. And if we try and match this diamond to this bar, this has to be the same shape as this as well. And we're not allowed to. These are horizontal bars, so we can't rotate anything here. It just has to be the same shape. I guess that's why they save this one to last, because it's quite hard. Makes sense. Sorry, my neck is... this is another reason I don't want to be on camera. As I'm sure you noticed by now, I have a lot of these involuntary muscle twitches. Well, they're involuntary. I literally cannot prevent them. I wish I didn't, as I say. In anyone else's body, I would be comfortable being a streamer. But my body is not wired correctly. Well, my brain isn't wired correctly, anyway. Yeah, we have to connect one of these yellow, yellow diamond to one of these, and there's no way this one connects to this because, like, this is completely broken. And that's completely broken. But there's some sort of path between here and here that we need to make. We need to think about what shape these are going to be as well. If we assume that this is on, which I like, we could assume that this is on and this is off, but I don't think we need to. So we can assume these are on. This can't be part of this because then this doesn't work. So that is off. And this could still be on. Could that be a single tile and surround it with dark squares? We were looking at a shape something like that, weren't we? Yeah, because that now doesn't connect to that. Oh, no, that would have to be off because of that. That's good. Oh, we could make it just a 3 that. There we go. Okay. That doesn't unlock anything. That was just an extra puzzle to solve for the fun of it, apparently. Now we've got this monstrosity. There are only 2 white shapes on this board, and this one is forced to be on, which means this one has to be on. And the 2 have to connect to each other. They are also forced to be next to these diagonal bars which are on, which means what we're actually doing here is creating a single shape that has to be rotationally symmetric. That is forced by the position of the diamonds and the diagonal bars. So with that shape, we need to arrange for it to only go through 2 diamonds. Actually, no. Would even 1 diamond break it? Because there's no, it can't go through any diamonds because there's 2 orange things already. Okay, so whatever shape we draw from here to here can't go through any diamonds. Well, it could go through 2 purple diamonds, but it can't go through any orange diamonds. Actually, yeah, there's no way to draw one without going through a purple diamond, so that's just as well. If we went along here to avoid orange diamonds, that would hit orange diamonds. We have to go this way. We have to hit a purple. Now that we've hit a purple, we need to hit another purple before we can join the 2 together. So we could do that. And then meet in the middle. So that satisfies everything on that path. The tricky part now is we need to divide the rest of the area into areas with just 2 diamonds on. Oh, actually, no, hang on. The purple area doesn't work because these 2 are on opposite sides. No, we need to leave this one on this side. Actually, no, we can't pick up that one. Oh, no, we can pick up that one. It's awkward to get to, though. We have to do this. Get to it. Yeah, okay, so that now there's 2 purples on the same side, but we've still got to divide up all of these diamonds, and I don't think that's possible, because if I want to not have these 4 be connected, I would have to put one of these on the on here, and then that breaks it. So, like this obviously can't be on the line because there's no way to get to it. Hang on, is it? Because if it's possible to not have this one be on the line, then it's just a 2 and 2, and we have freedom to do other things. The problem is if we don't put this one on the line, we'd have to go here. But that corresponds to here. So I do think it's actually forced to have this diamond, which means it's forced to have one other diamond. And it can't be that one. Oh, no, hang on. It can be that one. But it can't be that one because it leaves these 2 on opposite sides. And it can't be that one. So it does have to be this one. And it can't be through there. So it has to be through here. But now how do we segregate the diamonds? That part doesn't make any sense. Like, I can see how to segregate some of the diamonds. but only some of them. Do that area. I can do that area. I mean, this seems close to the solution. Because look, everything that's not flashing is satisfied. I can do that for that area. Oh, I do this. There we go. Okay, that was, yeah, there wasn't as many degrees of freedom as it might look like, because you had to have a path going through the middle. So does that actually open anything, or is that just, hey, you solved this bonus area? Because there's a light going in, but there's no light coming out. But I think that was just, hey, you solved this bonus puzzle. Look how big it is. Okay, so then there's more bonus puzzles around here. Sorry about that. We already did that one. So we have 3 small ones and then a big one. I assume it opens this door. Oh, this is... I couldn't figure this one out, could I? I did the first 3 and I couldn't figure this one out. So we need a shape... We need either 2 shapes of 3 or a shape of size 6. Oh, hang on, isn't it just that? It is just that, okay. Oh, I didn't see it before. 2 shapes of size 4, but that's no good. And that's no good, because that's not 4. So can we make a shape of size 8? Yeah, we can, okay. And then shape of size 12, maybe? Oh, no. Can't make a shape of size 12 because there's only 6. There's only 8. No, 10. Sorry. There's only 10 blocks we can turn on. So we can't. This can't be on. But we can't just do nothing because this in total has 18. So we need to turn off 6 of the shapes. 6 of the cells? There we go. Okay. This is the final boss of the dice puzzle, I think, which is for some reason in this section of the game. I suppose it's got the bars, diagonal bars as well. So that area and that area need to be rotationally matching. This is forced to be off and to be a 1. So we would either be surrounding it with white cells, or this would combine and form a 3. The problem with it combining and forming a 3 is, let's say that these 2 are both on. If this is on... Well, no, if this is the same colour, like if these 3 are all off, that gives us some problems because... where do we go with this? Well, actually, no, we could still go there, but... I think you just can't combine things of different colours. Is that right? Maybe. It's so long since I did one of these, I've forgotten. Yeah, that doesn't work, even though this is a 3 and a 1 and this is a size 4. They're different colours. So if this is a size 3, that needs to be a size needs to be a separate region. So actually, this needs to be the opposite colour to that, because this has to go either here or here to make a size 3 region, and then this has to be opposite colour. And if this is the opposite colour, let's say this is off, there's no way we're extending any other yellow things over here to make a full region. So all of these have to be on. It does actually have to be a size 1. This is already a 3. If we were to do this to make this a 3, we can't combine the two 3s to make a 6. If we tried, we'd leave this open. So this is just a 3. This is off. This is off. This is not forced to be on, but it probably is looking at it. This is an 8. And it can't include this 4 or this 2. So it has to go 1, 2, 3. Probably include this for a total of 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But we have to separate this from that, so actually that adds 6. So now it's a total of 15. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. But now we have the restriction that these need to be... Well, this is forced off. So the second block has to be that one, and then it has to be closed. Which causes us some problems, because now this is on this giant 15 tile block, which seems like bad news. So we'd maybe want to prevent that somehow. Well, we can't prevent it by going there, because now we've got different colours mixing. We try and prevent it by going there. This is cut off, and we can't do that without mixing different colours. So I think this has got to be on here, which is bizarre. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we? Yeah, we don't actually have to connect this 6. I think we have to not connect the 6, so that has to look something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need to put a 9th block somewhere. This is a 3. Clearly this pink can't be part of a 3 now, because it would not be a mirror of that one. So the pink is a different colour to the 3, meaning that the 3 is actually just surrounded like that. Can we make this shape match this shape? This would have to point downwards and be equivalent of that. We'd have to go that way one way and then round like that. Which is actually not far off. If we inverted the colour of this. But then we run into problems that what colour do we make that? Oh, and into problems of what we make that. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. I think this has to be the same colour. Which is no good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, that. But these two are forced, which means these two are forced. So. These all have to be connected to keep that 4 being a region of 4, unless it's a different shape region of 4. Like, what if it's that shape? Maybe it's that shape. In which case, no, we can't use this square because that's got to be off there. We can go like that. Do we make the 4 like this? Then that piece can be off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to add 3 more. 7, 8, 9. No, we can't use those two. Hang on. Those two have to be off. That has to be off. That has to be. Which means those two have to be off. Those two have to be off. Oh, this has to be on. That's always had to be on because it's that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like we're close, but at the same time, it just doesn't seem to be working. This has to be off. This has to be off. So those three are those three. This can't go. Yeah, this can't go up because now this 3 is broken. And it can't move. Yeah, either having that on breaks the 3, having it off breaks the symmetry that we're going for. Yeah, despite getting very far with this solution, I don't think it's even vaguely going to work. Which is odd, because I thought I'd reasoned my way through it. And I apparently didn't. Those would have to be on. And in order to make this 3... I suppose we could do that, and try and make the 3 be 3 of these. We need to have that one be on. Oh, this isn't 3 at the moment, this is only 2. That. This is close, like if we made that a 6... The only clue that isn't satisfied on this is this 9 in the corner. But that 9 is currently a 5, and I don't see where we add 4 more blocks to it without breaking everything else. Let's see where we add any more blocks. The only block we could possibly add is this one. We already tried adding that one and concluded it didn't work. Because it's now far too big. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's now 7. 3, 4, 5. And that would be this. That would have to be off. That could be off. Oh, but then we'd have to cover one up. Yeah, and more to the point, we run into this 6. Ruins everything. We need to keep this 6 separate, which means we can't go there at all, which means we can't go there. Which means this is forever doomed to be a 7, and it can't even be a 7 because this 4 isn't complete. Yeah, I'm going to have to start this one again. Frustrating, but nothing I'm trying is working. Did we go wrong by starting from the assumption that that was all on, which we did? We assume that it's off and have this on. Could also go here or here. What happens if we put it there? Oh no, no, it can't go there because it breaks the 1. No, we did establish it has to be that. But we had that the colours inverted before. Then this, we'll come back to that. Since this is off, this has to be on. There's no getting away from that. This can't connect to this 2. This, yeah, this 2 can't be a different region from this 1. Because if the 1's on its own, you surround it with different coloured blocks. Then how do you complete this 2? It has to be made of 3. So this has to be off. For certain. Let me just... This is all I'm certain of at the moment. Oh no, I'm certain of this being on. And by extension, that being on. And actually, no, by extension, that being on. That has to be on as well. Because you can't mix colours. Like, say I create a region here. This has got 3 cells, but it's got 2 colours, so it doesn't work. To make an 8 without mixing colours with this forced to be off, I have to go like this. And to make this a 1 without mixing colours, unless it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But then I can't make this an 8 without filling this whole thing in, and then the 4 breaks. So yeah, I don't think we can reach this 1. So these are definitely on. I think this has to be on as well and connected. I don't see how it works without. And because this has to be 2, and it won't reach any of the other numbers. Like if this 4 now has to come round here, it won't reach. This has to be connected to this. The only other cell it can connect to. Which means this has to be on and this has to be on. And then we want this to be a rotated version of this. And if it was off, it would touch this cell and break it. So it has to be on. Like, all this logically makes sense, but I'm very quickly ending up with the same pattern I had before. So because of this 1, this has to be on. And, oh, and that hits, yeah, that hits this. So that actually does force that to be off. Otherwise, this carries on, and then we can't carry on this version. So this is actually forced to be off, which then forces the other way round of this. I.e. that. Because this can only be 3, there's a limit to where it can go. It can only go in one of these tiles. Have we tried this tile yet? So then we'd have to have that. And well, this is not big enough yet. So we have to extend it. The only way we can extend it, given that there's now 3... No, now there's 3 tiles forced off here. We can't extend it backwards. Because it would go off that side. I wish this could, if this region could be separate from this region, if the purple could be separate from the turquoise green bluey colour, I could have a dark region that went like that, close to that. Oh, well, no, but it touches the 3, so it wouldn't, even if we ignore this 2, it wouldn't work. But those are all forced. Wait, that's not forced yet. Oh no, sorry, yeah, these are forced on. This 3 is now forced off because if it was on, it would hit that. But we haven't forced that yet. We're just trying a possibility, and I think this possibility is not allowed because I can't make this region any bigger. So that can't happen. So then that must be a white cell, and then either this one or this one is the third one of this. Because those two and this 4 needs to go to at least here in order to make a 4. So that's 1, 2, 3. This is now forced to be on because if it was off, it would connect to this one, and this is already at least a 4. So that has to be on. That means this has to be off. This now, the only way this can continue is here, which is here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. And then to make this a 4, the only way it can continue is there. And then now it's a 4, so we have to colour these 2 in. It's the only way to stop that not being a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that one is forced. We need to add one more cell to this. These can't touch, so that has to be off. This can't touch the 6, so that has to be off. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Yeah, it has to be one more cell in this to make it 9, so that has to be that one now. That one has to be off. That one is that one, so that one has to be on. That means that one has to be off to make the 3. That one has to be on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that works. Oh, okay. We did it! It was actually just a case of deducing logically from the start all the way through to the end, forcing each cell to be on and off. But I went wrong when I was most of the way through and came to an impossible situation, so I had to go back and do it all again. Okay, I think that was also just an optional bonus puzzle, because that didn't unlock anything new. Well, Ren has played this game, so Ren has completed this game, so Ren would tell me if I missed anything, I'm sure. But I think I've now done all of the puzzles outside of the middle bit. Apart from, I think there are some environmental meta puzzles that I haven't done, but I've done all the puzzles where you stand on a white block and click some buttons. So there's all these. I'm guessing there's going to be like one from each area. Yeah. Wait, hang on. This is not a normal puzzle. All the blocks are forced to be on and off. Oh, this is clever. I like this. Am I placing... I'm placing I'm placing these symbols to make a valid puzzle. Oh, that's nice. That's an interesting twist to put at the end. So I have to place these dots. Okay. I mean, this is not hard if you know your triangular numbers. This is 1 + 2 + 3 + 4. And then this is 6. There we go. I was hoping that solving these lines up these paths. I'll solve all of these first, and then I'll see what's over the bridges. Okay, the only tile where none of its neighbours match is that one. The only tile with 4 matching neighbours is that one. The only tile with 2 matching neighbours is that one. There are 2 tiles with 3 matching neighbours. That's one of them. And this has 1 matching neighbour. That is a valid solution to that. Okay. These 2 shapes are the same way round. And this one is rotated. Okay. I think that's all to solve in this little area. This doesn't seem to be a thing I can actually interact with right now. What's over here? I think Fridays I'm the worst because I've been sitting at a desk all day before I do my stream, whereas Saturday and Sunday I've usually been able to do something else than sit at a desk for 8 hours before I start my stream. Right, we have a little building. A little building with puzzles in it. Okay, more assemble the puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's 9. That's 9. That's 9 and that's 9. Okay, so divide the numbers 1 to 8 into 4 groups of 9. Well, we've got 1 plus 8. Oops. Please drag the things. We've got 2 plus 7. We got 3 plus 6, and we got 4 plus 5. Okay. It's gone the direction of the witness. Does anyone remember this mechanic from the witness? You solve a puzzle, and then it's not quite the same. You solve a puzzle, and then another puzzle reveals itself with the same line that you drew on it, and you had to go back and redraw your line to satisfy both puzzles. And then a third puzzle revealed itself. Okay, so my solution has to be valid for this too. Well, that's a 6, and this already has a 6 on it, so let's just move that 6 there. Oops, no, please move. So now the 6 is on the 6. Great. This has a 2 on it. Oh, sorry, it needs to have a 2 on it. Let's put the 2 and the 7 on this one. And now the 2 is in the 2. The 7 is in the 7. This is a 4. So let's put the 4 on this one. In the 4. Where does the 5 go? That's a 6. But it could be a 5 and a 1. With a little wrangling. Yeah, the two cells of this 2 are shared, are both on the same region in this puzzle. So, and we don't have 2 1s. So the 2 has to go here, which means the 7 has to go here, because we can't ever use 3, on this first screen, we can't ever use 3 numbers on the same region, because we have to have 4 9s. And it has to be 4 pairs of 2 numbers. It doesn't add up otherwise. Because, like, we could make 9 with 2, 6, and 1. But if we use the 1 in a 2, 6, and 1, what do we pair with the 8? We can't pair anything with the 8. So the 7 has to be somewhere on this path. And it makes logical sense for it to be in the area that's already of size 7. Then we have the 4 going in the 4 area. We do have options here. We could put the 3 and the 1 in this area instead. Whoops. And that would put the 8 here and the 6 here. We'd need to arrange for the 6 to still be in the 6 region. And we'd want the 1 Well, there isn't a 1 region, so we have flexibility with the 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, the 8 is in the 8 region. That's a good sign. The 1 and the 5 could share this region. Oh, hang on. I've got the 3. No, I've done this wrong. Why have I got the 3 in the 4 region? Oh, was I going to put the 1 in there? No, yeah, I think the 1 and... says Emma. This is not far off. Look, we've got some things that are almost correct. In fact, we've only got 2 symbols that are wrong. We've got 8 here and we've got 10 here. How do we salvage that? What if we swap these 2? And then... What's wrong with this area now? Just need to swap those 2. Oh, there. So that's, yeah, this first puzzle is still valid, and now it's just these 2 that are wrong. And we just need the 3 to not be in there. There we go, okay. So that's the first 2. We still need to solve another puzzle with the same constraints, which is going to be interesting, because it doesn't solve. The 2 is still in a 2, so we're confident the 2's in the right place. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As I say, the 7 has to be somewhere on this line. Well, no, it has to be somewhere on the region that's shared between this and this. So it has to be somewhere on these cells. Which, to be fair, does cross a lot of these boundaries. This is 6, so we could actually move this 5 there and have that still work and have that be 6. So that's fixed. We don't have any numbers on this region at all. That's an 8. Can we move the 8 onto that region? Yes, we can put the 8 here, and it's still... Ignore the fact that this 3 is here. This 8 and 1 would work. We moved the 3... Okay, yeah, so we've got the 2, 7 and the 8, 1 are working on all 3 puzzles right now. Oh, the 2, 7 isn't working. Why? 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is an 8, that's why. Okay. Oh, if that's an 8, do we need the 1 in there? We need the 1 here. So 2, 7, 1 and 8 are working on those 2. We have there. That one's okay. This one 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, that's already 8. I feel like I can't fix something without breaking at least 3 more things. That one's still good. This one, we need the 3. The 3 needs to be in one of these spaces. Actually, yeah. Let's think about the 3 for a moment. This space here either needs to have a 3 in it, or it needs to have a 2 and a 1. It can't have a 2 and a 1 because we've already established the 2 has to be in this top left corner. It's the only place the 2 can go. So the 3 has to be in one of these 3 cells. It can't be in this cell because then it's showing with the 2 on the 3rd puzzle. And so the 3 is either here or here. So regardless of which of those it's in this area on the 3rd puzzle. And if it's in that area on the 3rd puzzle, then the 4 has to share with it because, no, the 5 has to share with it because this has an area of 8. And if the 5 is sharing with it, Then the 5, yeah, the 5 can't go on here. And it can't go here because we've got to put the 7 there. So it has to go like here, and then this is a 6, so the 1 has to be in there. And then the 7 can't go anywhere on here, so the 7 would have to go down here. So this still works. And so that still works. Which means that the 7 is either in this big black region or this big white region. It's one of those two regions. The 3 here means that the 6 needs to be somewhere on this line. It would be nice if it could be here, because then this is 6 and this is 6. Yeah, and in fact, we've just solved the first one, the third one. We just accidentally solved the third puzzle, but now the first and second puzzles are wrong. But they're not very wrong. This is solved if we just move the 4 over here. And the third one is still solved. So we just need to move the 8 up. So that still works, that still works, that still works. Ooh! Well, that was a challenge. And the game sort of went bloop when I solved it, so something happened. Ren says, I was able to forgive the inscrutable black-white puzzles after doing this area. I didn't think the black-white puzzles were too bad. The rule can't have been what I thought it was, but there was only one puzzle that didn't solve with what I thought the rule was, so I just sort of brute forced that one, so I don't know. Right, however, if the other 3 areas are equally as hard as those, we have got a bit of a challenge ahead of us. So... Yep, okay, so we have another puzzle where we have to drag and drop the elements. This time it's diamond themed. Diamonds are a bit easier to place, because you just place them 2 in each region. And then we just need to make them still have 2 in each region. Well, that's almost still right. We just move that one. So, oh, and that one. So that's the first 2 solved immediately. The third one isn't solved, though. For the third one, we need to get both of these diamonds into the same coloured region. That doesn't already have any diamonds in it. Just looking for one now. So in this level, it would have to be either in this region or this region, and this region gets fragmented here such that the only 2 tiles that are still the same colour are these 2, but those 2 aren't the same colour on the first. So what I think is going to happen here is something sneaky, where these 2 diamonds are going to be part of the same region in the second and third levels, but on the first level they're going to be part of different regions. That's what I reckon is going to happen. So right now these 2 are in the same region. That's no good. We can fix that by shuffling them across to here. But that one's valid, that one's valid. Now the first one isn't valid because of this. If we can just arrange for one of those diamonds to move into this region. Oh, we can't. It's annoying. Yeah, this feels like we're really close. At the same time, we're not. Maybe using this region is a mistake, and we should be trying to use this region. Except that that region's already full of diamonds. And I suppose there's a knock-on effect in the sense that if this is across a region boundary, then because this first one only has 4 regions. This has 5 potential regions big enough for diamonds, and this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regions. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 regions potentially big enough for diamonds. So this one is sort of the most forcing. And I think it's not as simple as just the diamonds stay in every region. I think the map is designed so that that's not possible. So at least one other set of diamonds goes across a region boundary at the start. And possibly on other levels as well. So we put 1 diamond in this region, and then we put 1 diamond somewhere along this line. Like here. We need a cell that's somewhere. Hang on, let me just stack the other diamonds out the way. We have these 2, and like they work on there and there. Then here we need to put a diamond somewhere on here, such that it will work on all the other levels. So maybe here and here. So here and then here it can be paired with that. No, it can't be on that line. Oh, this is a subset of that. That's awkward. That doesn't work how I wanted it to then. Hello, Craig Bear. Welcome in. Yeah, despite it being a lot easier to place diamonds than numbers, I'm having a lot more trouble with this puzzle. I want this to be the placement for one of them because they just mind their own business in this final level out the way, but they take up a lot of this level. Those... These squares stay the same. Oh. These... Yeah, then it's the problem is just finding the place for these last ones. Which either has to be the middle, which we know is difficult, or here, which we know is impossible. Yeah. Warning, diamonds are forever, says Craig. Solving this puzzle might well be forever. Even if the diamonds aren't. I don't have a good way to progress this one, to be honest. The other one I sort of had a system for what I was doing. Always feels longer than streaming. It's not that it feels longer, it's that I literally don't know what to do. This game, like many logic games of its type, have 2 sorts of puzzles in them. There's the sort like the very last puzzle we solved of the bonus area of the last... Before we came into this area, we were in another area. And the last puzzle we solved, we were able to... It took a while, but we were able to start at the beginning and work logically step by step, ruling things out. You can't do that on this one, I don't think, because you're not just looking for where there's a pair of diamonds and that pair stays connected throughout, because I think we've already established that there are not 4 such places on the board, because there is not such a place within either this region or this region. And that only leaves 3 other regions on the second level. So, on at least, like, there has to be an arrangement where the diamonds, like, this diamond touches this diamond and this diamond touches this diamond, but then on another level, the diamonds are disconnected and they touch with other diamonds, like this diamond touches with this diamond or whatever. And that opens up the search space so much that I literally don't know where to start. I think we can rule out anything going on this region because it's like checkerboarded here. But I don't know that. Like, this one could still match with... Oh, maybe it can be ruled out. No, I don't know. But I think we have to use this T in the middle. So these 2 tiles match on 2 out of 3. And these 2 tiles match on 2 out of 3. So we need to use either these 2 or these 2, I think. But then, of course, if you don't know which of those 2 is right, you're heading off down one of 2 paths that might prove to be a complete dead end. If we choose this version, then it's okay in the first 2, but the third one it's different. We would need to, in the third one, you need to pair with something over here. It couldn't be here. This is not allowed because all 3 are the same. So it would have to pair with one here. And then that one would have to have something to go with it. So we could do something like that. Those are pairs throughout the puzzle. In this instance, we could just put these 2 back in the corner and that would work. But then these two would have to go in this region. And there's nowhere, that region then turns into, oh, there's nowhere left to put those 2 that works. Because on this one they left it at the top. So I think putting these here doesn't work. So we probably need to use this region, if I had to guess. But no, actually no, we can't use that region either because it's checkerboarded here. I don't think we can use that region. So we use this region, but we put it up here, like here somewhere. So that shares a region here. Yeah, and in order to use, we have to use this. We have to put 2 in this region on the first level, and in order to not share this giant region, they have to be on this L shape. But they could be. No, they can't be there because then that's already got 2, so they'd have to be there. So this is that. Even starting from here, this doesn't work. Don't think. Unless this one goes here. And we try to do like this. No, that would make a 3 there. Yeah, that's not possible. So this doesn't work, basically, is what I'm getting at. What other options do we have for this? Well, that. But that doesn't really change anything. These 2 are still in the same area. We know that can't go there, so that's already forced. So it's forced, yeah, no matter what, these 2 diamonds are forced to take up this area here and this area here. But we established we can't proceed any further beyond that. So I think this, even putting these 2 here was a losing decision. So let's try putting them here. So they work here, but they don't work here. Second diamond has to go somewhere on here. Can't be there. Let's try putting it in this area. That. Okay, that area. Oh no, it can't be on there. Okay, so there. So that's a 2. Here we need a second diamond somewhere in this big area. Not too much of a concern. But it might become a concern. It really can't be one of these 3. So make it this one for now. So 2 there, 2 there, and also 2 there. There, we've only got 1 here though. Yeah, that's going to be, yeah. No, hang on, yeah. I thought we'd already proved this was wrong. If you put 2 here, I think it breaks because you have to put 1 somewhere on here to pair with this one. And that locks you out from using this region at all, because once you put 1 on this region, you'd have to put a second one on this region, but that also would share with this, so that would make 3 in that region. So you can't use this region at all if you start with 2 there. So this one can't go there, it would have to go here. And we know that that's a bad place. So I think we just proved we can't have 2 there, and we can't have 2 here either. But one of those things must be true. I think. Yeah, because there's only 5 regions here, and this region is not usable because of what it happens to it on here. Of the 5 tiles in this region, 4 of them have no adjoining cells. So if we put 2 diamonds in this region, at least one of those diamonds would be impossible to connect on this 3rd screen. So this region is unusable, which means this region, this region, this region, and this region have to have 4 diamonds in. Has to have 2 diamonds in. Sorry, the 4 regions, these 4 regions have to have 2 diamonds in. So this T piece has to have 2 diamonds in. And we've ruled out that, I think, and I think we've also ruled out that. And I think we already ruled out that, because that forces that. Did we rule that out? Oh, maybe we didn't rule that out. Okay, it must be this then. This isn't possible because there's 3, so that goes there. But yeah, I think, no, we did work through this, didn't we? Because now this big area has 2 in it. We have to drop a second diamond somewhere in this area. And it can't be these 2. And it can't be these ones. And it can't be here. Because it doesn't match with anything. Because it's a 1 tile region. So, yeah, I mean, Ren has completed the game, so this level must be possible. But I do feel like I've just reasoned to myself that it's not. Because I've... I proved that this can't be used, this area. In fact, we can do one better. Every one of these has to be valid, and every region has to have two. Well, every diamond has to be in the region of 2 diamonds. So anytime a region of size 1 appears, that region is unusable anywhere in the puzzle. So none of these tiles are usable for the puzzle, including this one. Can't see what key I'm pressing. Yeah, none of these regions are ever usable. Because at some point on one of the levels, on one of the screens, they have they have only one tile to them, and that still leaves 5 possible regions on this screen. But I think we know that 2 there isn't possible because of this, or do we? Anything more forcing now I've coloured this in? I mean, there has to be 2 diamonds within these 4 cells. We know that. Oh, actually, hang on. Okay, this screen. There are 5 possible regions we can use, so we have to use 4 of them. 2 of those regions are size 2. So if we can rule out... So either we have to put 2 diamonds here, or we have to put 2 diamonds here, or both. So if we can rule out... If we can prove that this doesn't work, we know there have to be 2 diamonds there. So if we put 2 here... we have to put a second one somewhere on here. And... if we put it... We've already proved, I think, if we put it here, then we break it, because we have to put a second one on here somewhere. It can't go here, because breaks the T-piece. None of these are possible. Can't go here, because it would be on its own. So, this is not a placement we can do. This... Put our second one on the T-piece. Actually, well, no. We just proved this doesn't work, but this doesn't work for the same reason. Because again, it's on this piece, and then where do we put? We can't put 2 on this piece now. So it has to be here, and there has to be nothing here. So we can do those as not usable either. We know there can't be anything there. This is all on the assumption that these 2 are filled. So there's nothing there. So this top piece, we have to use this top piece because there's only 4 available regions here. These 5 have to have 2 diamonds on them somewhere. And we don't know yet whether it's in these 2 or these. Like, it has to be these 3 or these 2. Let me try these 2, because I feel like this region is so big we're going to need it for something. But we've got a diamond here. Is the problem. And this region, we've established this square is unusable, and this region is only size 2, so there has to be another diamond here. So now this region is full. This region is full. We've only got 2 more diamonds to place, and we've only got 1 more region to put them in. It's here, and that doesn't work because now that this one has got 3 in it. So one of them has to go. One of them has to. Yeah, one of them would have to be on here to pair up with this one. which works there, but then on this screen, this has now only got 1 diamond in it, and this has got 1 diamond in it. This can't have just 1 diamond in it on its own. So the diamond has to come out of here. It could go here, and this would still work. Okay, that is in fact the solution. Yeah, but that just felt like a huge amount of backtracking and brute forcing, so I don't know how satisfied I am with that one. Like, it sort of follows from an initial assumption, but my initial assumption was wrong, and I had to make a different initial assumption. So, yeah, okay. Right, so I guess we've got 2 more puzzles of that difficulty level still to come. So. This stream is going to go past its time. We can be sure of that. Okay, I have another of these areas. Ren says I went through about the same process. So this is flower area. Okay, this might actually be the simplest one because we have exactly 1 of each region type. And this piece can only go here, because this is the only cell where all the neighbours match. And lo and behold, all the neighbours match in all of the others. So we've already done that cell. Then we need to find a place where no neighbours match. This is such a place. But then on the next screen, neighbours match, so we can't do that. Here, okay, but then the neighbours match there, so that doesn't work. Here, okay, here is a candidate place to put this tile. Is there anywhere else we could put this tile? Or this region type, rather. I don't think there is. I don't think there's anywhere else on this screen that this would go. So that goes there. So this seems a lot easier to work through than the other one. We need a tile that matches. Actually, let's do the 3 first. We need a tile that matches on 3 sides. So that is a possibility. That is, yeah, okay, that is a possibility. This is not a possibility. That mismatches on 3 sides there. And those are the only 2 options on the first screen, I think. So it goes here. Then we've got match on exactly 2 sides. So there is a possibility. I think we can probably find somewhere that matches on 1 side now. So that matches on no sides. That matches on 1 side. That matches on 2. That matches on 1 side. Matches on 1 side. Matches on 1 side. Yeah, well that was a lot easier than the other ones. I don't know if that was your experience too, Ren. But yeah, as soon as you found the right location for one, then you were done with that one, really. Then we've got this area. So this is connect the... So these are all diagonal bars, so we've got all the regions can be rotating. I feel like this is also going to be easier because, I mean, okay, they've at least made it so everywhere on this level is a plausible region. Like even this big area, that is rotationally symmetric. So I suspect that's the case on, yeah, they've made it so every screen has rotationally symmetric regions on it. But for example, this big region, if you put one here, you'd have to put one here. So we can say, is that valid on all the screens? It is valid on all the screens. If we moved it to here, now it's not valid, see, because that. So you can quite easily check, and once you've checked a position on all 3 screens, you've ruled it out. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work, and then you can't put one just in the middle. So that works, but now that that's worked, like nothing I do with the other colours will prevent that from working. So that's just done. The blue, let's have a look at these two. I suspect these two triangular regions will be used somehow. Yeah, so we've got an L piece here and an L piece here. If I put one here, that works for that screen and that screen. It doesn't work for that screen. If I move it to here, it still works on this screen. And now it works on that screen as well. So I think we've just found a place for the blue one. And then the yellow one. Probably going to be this shape, I would imagine. Because although this shape here we can rule out because it doesn't have a matching shape. So actually, yeah, it has to be that shape because that's the only one that's left. So we can just put it here and here and then work our way around the shape till we find the match. So that works, and that works. Oh, okay, that works. Yep, okay. The right-hand side of the this area was significantly easier than the left-hand side, is what I'm going to say. Those two puzzles were easy. This puzzle was hard, but I felt like I could reason to it better than this one. But they were kind of similar logic. Okay, that lit up all four of these, which means I can now climb this staircase, which means I can press this button. Which create your own black hole, but it's a square. Sure, why not? Let's destroy the universe. What could possibly go wrong? Okay. Space. This is me. I'm controlling the sun. Is this the end? Well, that's pretty. I appear to have been trapped inside a giant crystal. Slight problem. Did I escape from the crystal by solving the puzzles? Okay, well that's the credits. However, there's an achievement I haven't got yet, I think. So there must be secret puzzles somewhere that I haven't found. But yeah, well, we can say we've beaten Taiji, certainly. Ren, since I believe you've 100%ed the game, is there a secret area somewhere with puzzles that I haven't found yet? And if so, does completing them unlock the final achievement? Yes, okay. I do want to get all the achievements in this game if I can. That is something I would like to do. I don't have to restart, do I? Can I drop back into the game after I've beaten it? I don't have to replay it from the start. Or do I? If I had to replay it from the start, then I'm giving up, but I'm hoping I can go back in. Thanks for playing. There's the game. It's not responding to controls. You can reload from right before this ending. Okay. I couldn't figure out how to exit the credits. I think it just soft locks you and you have to escape. Load game. Here. Right, let's not create a black hole and destroy it. Okay. Alternative ending. What if Emma didn't destroy the universe? There are hidden secret puzzles somewhere that I haven't found yet. The 366 is completed puzzles. 455 is 100%. Correction. There are really 89 puzzles I haven't found. Well, they hid those well. Okay, if anybody sees 89 puzzles somewhere, let me know. I guess there. So I think there are environmental puzzles hiding, because I think I've seen 3 of them already. But that's only 3. There must be under the carpet. There must be some secret area with loads of puzzles in it. Where have I've been around the whole map, I think. I mean, I haven't literally been in every nook and cranny. Let's look for nooks and crannies. Can I get under this building? I didn't see any stairs down. Behind the sofa. Yeah, well, I'll have a look. We might have to end the stream if I don't find any more puzzles. But if I can find more puzzles, I'll do more puzzles. We did all these. Because I've not only have I obviously the minimum number needed to beat the credits would be smaller, but I've done every optional puzzle I found as well. There's all this space behind the building, but there doesn't seem to be a way in there. I'm holding down while I run along here, just in case there's a way down. If not, then behind the cushions for sure. Okay. Oh, hang on. There's a... Okay, never mind. There's a puzzle here I haven't solved. I think it's just this tree, though. This was the long and short branch thing. Oh, we can use a reflection. So left branch is longer. That branch is longer. That branch is longer. And also on this side... Wait, what? Reflections show everything. Reflection does show everything. Oh, that branch is off there. Oh, the reflection doesn't show everything. The reflection doesn't show this branch. Silly game. So branching... Middle... This is left branch. Middle... That's middle branch. Well, middle branch isn't the longest. The middle branch apparently doesn't branch according to this. Middle branch isn't the longest. Right branch is the longest. But is right branch longer than... Oh yeah, right branch is longer than... Is it? That's really close in size, that compared to that. I think right branch is longer though. So actually it's that. And then the branches on this side. I can't tell because there's leaves in the way. I think it's the right one. And then we've got to do both tips. Left one. But right one, it's definitely the yeah. Hang on, what am I doing? No, hang on. This shows the underside better than this does. Left branch, so right and then left is longer. But then Left is longer after that, but then on the right, right is longer. It's that. Okay, that's bonus puzzle of no consequence solved. 88 more puzzles to find. Hmm. Anything up there? Did we go in here? Yeah, we did go in here because we solved these. Yeah, we solved all of those. We go this way? Yeah, we did go this way because that's how you get to that. Okay, are there more hidden puzzles? Like, yeah, these underground tunnels under the mountain. This seems like where you'd hide some hidden puzzles if you wanted to hide some hidden puzzles. This chute you can't go into. You can't go in there. If we don't go in there, we're coming up to this area. Did everything there. Bit back here, no. Again, there might be a hidden secret entrance into this rock, but I don't see one. There. This was the binary house, which we did go into. Seem to be any other way to go other than into here, and then once you're in here, there doesn't seem to be anywhere to go other than out. Okay. I don't think I'm missing anything here. There. See, this looks like it could be a secret entrance, but it isn't, I don't think. Okay. Lower binary park. Just this. And we've got the trees. We did all that. We went in there and did that. Yeah, we've already explored all this stuff. We solved all the puzzles here. Not finding anything. I'm not finding these 88 additional puzzles, to be honest. Okay, yeah. So we just looked there. Entrance into this rock? It doesn't look like it. I did everything here. Yeah, okay. I am doing the equivalent of looking behind the cushions, Debago. And it's not helping. WTF game where puzzle. You can go all the way around here. I didn't realise you could go all the way around the back of this. But yeah. WTF game where puzzle indeed. See? Seeing anything up here? This area. Yeah, it's hard to tell the perspective, but we're underneath these other puzzles right now, but there's no other exits from this. Nothing hiding down here. This is obviously still a meta puzzle, but does solving a meta puzzle unlock like an area with hundreds of puzzles in it or something like that? Maybe that's what I have to do. I actually have to solve them. If I actually have to solve the meta puzzles, that is going to be a separate stream, I think. Okay, then there's these. There's this area, but we did that area. You had to do it to progress with that. There's that. Maybe we're gonna have to end it soon. This, yeah, we found this path because we made that bridge. Hiding back here. Can you somehow solve this bridge to go into the waterfall? No, it doesn't look like it. This path we knew about, we've already been up there. This was just those two. That was the easiest area, I think. It only had 2 puzzles in it. That I know of. This area did have extra puzzles in it, but I already found them and solved them. And there's this, which hints that the extra puzzles are there, but doesn't have. Ren says I'm getting new wrinkles from frowning at the game so hard. Oh dear, I better stop soon for the sake of T-Bago's face. Yeah, you can walk round this roof, but you can't actually go in the top floor of this building, it seems. And yeah, we tried going behind that building. We tried going different ways from this. Yeah, you can't go that way, it's broken. You can go this way to get to bonus puzzles, but we already did. Okay, get back on this, please, thank you. You can go this way to get to more bonus puzzles, including these puzzles and these puzzles. This seems like the most promising area, just because we already know there's extra puzzles here. But I don't see another. I don't see another path on top of what I've already unlocked. It seems like it ends here. Okay. All this area, you can go behind this thing, but there's no puzzles there, as far as I can see. Go behind this building. You can go behind this screen. Isn't really unlocking anything though. It all just seems like decorations that you can walk around. Maybe there's a meta puzzle there, who knows. Getting to the bottom floor of that? Don't think so. Yeah. This is clearly a witness puzzle. Click here and then drag, but this isn't the witness. It doesn't work. This is a face. And the puzzle's in the face. This only goes as far as here. That's the entrance where we come in, just on the top level, isn't it? Oh. Oh, stupid game. Of course it's the last place I look. I'm guessing this is the secret. You can sort of almost see the door. It's behind. It's only because I was walking along here holding up that I even went in there. It's behind the waterfall. I had the right idea when I was trying to go behind the other waterfall. Okay, so wait, are there really 88 more puzzles? Well, 84 more puzzles behind this one? That's a lot of puzzles, if so. And going to be too much for this stream, but let's at least try and solve these 4. Most of them about there. So there are other puzzles on the overworld that I've missed then, I guess. Good to know. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's think a bit harder with this one. 3, 4. 2, 3. Nope, that doesn't work. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, then. Ugh. Okay, I thought I was taking this logically, but I guess I wasn't. Because you can't overlap 2 colors, 2 numbers of the same color. This is forced. This is off, which means this is forced off. Which means that this is forced. Means that these are forced off. Which means that is forced on. This is forced on. One of these two is on. If this one is on, then this and that would have to be off and it would break. If this is on, then this is on means that is forced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. There we go. Okay, that's on and must match everything. So that must match nothing. So that must match nothing. That must match nothing. That must match nothing. The must match nothings really make this level quite easy. Okay, exactly 2 of those must match, but none of these must match. So that and that. Yeah, the flowers are just easier than the other clue types, honestly. That has to be identical to this, so it goes there, which means it has to be on. That goes down. This goes along and down, which means these are on. In fact, doesn't it just look like... No, it doesn't look like... Oh, maybe... No, it looks like that. I think it looks like this. Yes. Okay, we opened the gates of Puzzle Land. Oh, it has its own fast travel point. Okay. And you can't see it on the map because we're in the level. But yeah. Let me go somewhere and back so that it actually saves the shape. Actually, yeah, it doesn't show it on the map even once you've been there, which is interesting. Okay, there are puzzles here. There are, in fact, quite a lot of puzzles, it looks like. But you can beat the game and get the credits without even coming to any of these puzzles, which is an awful shame. So I'm glad I paid attention to the achievements screen. That is a lot of puzzles. These kind of look like doors, so solving these might unlock even more puzzles. So I can see how there'd be that many down here. Well, this is not all going to be done in one stream then, is it? So I guess we haven't finished Taiji after all, even though we got the credits today, because we've got to do... I mean, we could have finished it by now if we weren't chatting so much. But it looks like we've got to do this area as well. So, oh dear. I don't like diamond puzzles. The alternative is I could say, no, I'm not doing this area, it's too hard. But that does sound like a bit of a cop-out. LT Bago says, to be honest, I think I saw the door behind the waterfall a few streams ago, but said nothing. Well, hang on then. Why were you getting wrinkles from frowning at the game so hard? If you knew the solution all along. You're just giving yourself wrinkles for no reason. Also, this is quite clearly the back of someone's head, which is disturbing. Why are we solving puzzles on somebody's head? Okay. Well. I'm not going to start this now. We shall pick up from here next stream. Thank you everybody for watching. Oh. I can't wrap my head around it, says Auburn. You and me both. Yeah, I literally wouldn't be able to wrap my head around the puzzle even if the puzzle was on the back of my head. Oh god, more channel points. That's all right, Ren.
Thank you for stream.
Ren, I'm so glad that you liked this game as well. I'm surprised you didn't know about it already because I know you were a huge fan of The Witness and indeed requested The Witness, so I'm very glad that you found out about it and enjoyed it too. And I can definitely recommend it for anyone who is into that sort of puzzle game. But if you were into that sort of puzzle game, you probably aren't watching this stream because you would have tried to avoid spoilers. But still, I would recommend it. I'm going to end things there. Blow down a moment. Thank you, Blowhive, for your support. So thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you to, this is going to be a long list. Ren for the 200 bits. Michael for the gift sub. Ophelia for the resub. Leia for the gift sub. LT Bago for the 100 bits. Michael for the 100 bits. Harry for the 200 bits. Elemeto for the 100 bits. Leia for the 100 bits. Alex for the 100 bits. Harry for the 100 bits. Ren for the 200 bits. T-Bago for the 100 bits. Nespa for the resub. Michael for the subscription. Leia for the resub. And somebody followed me earlier today as well, randomly. So thank you for that as well, if you were watching. Now I think that's probably the longest list of thanks I've ever read out on this stream. Squid Coder says my Factorio Gold mod is almost done for playtesting. Oh, that's good news. We haven't finished Vanilla Factorio yet. We might get it done on Sunday. But not if it turns into a stream with as much chatting as this one had. So it remains to be seen. But we could always try some mods out, and even if I don't try them on the stream, I'll probably try it off stream. So yeah, join me back here tomorrow at 7:30 probably, unless my family have different ideas because it's Christmas. I'm going to attempt the final level of Human Resource Machine, the one about the prime factors. I think I have an idea for how to approach it. So that will be the first thing. So be sure to be here at the start of the stream if you want to see me attempt that, because that will be the first thing I do. And then whether I succeed in that or not, I will be starting 7 Billion Humans, which is the sequel and is another programming puzzle game. But this time you have to control multiple humans. And it's like the next step up in programming from the first one, because you get like, previously it was just assembly language, so you just had jumps and reading and setting variables. This one, I think you have like if statements and loops and obviously signals between threads because you have multiple workers working. So that will be interesting and difficult to get our head around. Sunday is going to be Factorio. As I say, we are close to launching the rocket. All we need to do is build the factories for the rocket parts and then build the rocket silo and then assemble the rocket. I would like to go a little bit into the post-game game. So I want to unlock space science, launch a satellite into space, do all that stuff. Maybe try and figure out nuclear power as well, because I've never... Not only have I never figured it out myself, I don't think I've ever joined a multiplayer server that had it figured out. I've only ever like looked at screenshots of it, so we'll see about that. I might make the atomic bomb weapon in Factorio as well, just to convince Harry that he should play the game, because I know what he's like. And then back here, same time, same place next week is going to be more Taiji, apparently. I thought we were going to be done, but no. Orban says that's too many humans, put some back. Well, it is a sign of how old the game is that it's called 7 billion humans and the world population is now well over 8 billion. Harry, Why are you looking at me with one very large colo eye? Is it because I said there were nuclear bombs in Factorio? They're a lot more powerful than the ones in Satisfactory as well. You can blow up your entire base with one if you're not careful. I'm going to look for somebody to raid now. If anyone has suggestions for raid targets, do let me know. We can always go to Nespa. It's our reliable fallback on a Friday. But feel free to suggest other options. Let me take a quick look at my follows list. Cookie is playing Baldur's Gate. A thing. Blushing Sunshine is asleep, I think. Oh no, she's actually awake. I joined Blushing Sunshine's stream earlier. Asleep. Lana! Hello, Lana. Thank you for redeeming your flower. Thank you for either the lurk or for getting in here at the last minute for your flower, depending on which was the case. Daily reminder that Lana is best panda and that you should all follow. Apologies if you were here when I was using an example of you earlier, Lana. It's not meant to be personal. Yes, do go check out Lana. Cozy stream, play many RPGs. Get your daily bamboos. Watch all of Lana's streams, accumulate hundreds of bamboos, and then they all disappear at the end of the year. And you might get a prize. I didn't, but you might get a prize. If you retrieve enough bamboos. And Brute Force. Lana and Brute, hello to both of you. Thank you for both redeeming your flowers of the day. I have all my bamboo for the year, says Divago. Yeah, we all have one bamboo. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am really just about to raid out now because it's late and I've already gone on too long, and I talked far too much today. Not that I have anything against Nespa, but we have raided her more times than anyone else. I'm just looking if there's anyone else I can go to. Actually, Pidge is live. Pidge is doing Jackbox, which I think Jackbox is okay to raid to because Nespa used no, Her Into Birds used to do Jackbox and we raided there. Yeah, let's raid Pidge. We've only been to Pidge once before, so no harm in going there again. Pidge is currently playing one of the Jackbox games, but I think he has lots of them, so the ones to follow. So let me get that raid message going. So there is the raid. If you would like to share a raid message in chat, please do. I will paste a message for you to use today. If you're subscribed, which many people are now, then you can use this one. If you're not subscribed, then you can use the one with the dancing dinosaurs. Do give your love to Pidge. Plays a lot of Jackbox, does a lot of chatting, does other games as well. Found out about Pidge through Hazel Zelzel, who might show up later. Yeah, I already said where I'm going to be tomorrow, Sunday, and next Friday. I don't plan to have any breaks due to Christmas, but if we do, I'll announce them in my Discord. If you're not in my Discord already and you want to join, you can do that. Everyone is welcome. Here's an invite link. I didn't get a chance to shout out Brute, but do check out Brute Force. He's a streamer as well as Alana, and they are both amazing. Until then, thank you all for watching, and bye for now.